To bring Calvin.
4 cats in the house.
I was never really fond of cats. You know, I mean, I love them, but I've
Yeah.
never heard them. But I tell you, in Botetourt County, I grew to love Calvin.
Aww.
And when he left, it just broke my heart.
Aww. I have 4 cats that are in the house and 2 that stay outside, and then 3 dogs in the house. So it is it's a daily chore to vacuum.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of hair.
Georgia, did you want?
Yes. I'll meet you.
All lowercase.
Forgot mine. I usually bring it with me. I told everything around.
Barry, you recording? You are recording, just so y'all are aware. You may have to remind me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you happen to have the little public comment script?
I probably should have put that in your folder, shouldn't I? I'm not sure that I do.
Okay.
Let me see if Karen's left yet.
I think I remember most of it.
It's on the Word docs.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so if you go to public comment,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I love it when it's easy like that.
What's that?
It's like I love it when it's easy that way.
Oh,
You
yeah.
got it at the front
Yeah.
door. So I think-
Pews and everything. I'm just not used to sitting this close to the front though. I was like a 3/4 way back on the right back. sessions, except for like late hires and stuff, the last session's are done. Okay. So that's what you said.
You were looking at just what I was looking at. I don't know if it helped you visually see it. Here it is.
And then we have two gifted,
That help?
one
Looking at it.
Good hires. We left
Let me write that.
We left the materials for you guys.
Sure.
Mac needs to invite.
Yes.
And then they don't. That's great.
There's a plug right here.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Certain place where you go to get the.
Yeah, that's what I was like, right now.
Just like you normally would if you have you already connected to the internet here?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, then just go like you would normally go.
Shoot.
Where's the microphone? Put it on the floor.
Yeah.
Are you deleting? So this is the only microphone for us, so we're just gonna have to kind of do a little dance.
I've never been in this room before.
So Diana,
Huh?
I guess they're going
Sorry?
dinner during closed,
I'm sorry.
dinner during closed.
I guess. I think that's what the board members plan on doing, is just taking it when they go down.
So that we can.
More towns starting Tuesday.
They're not gonna do 4 at a time.
He says 1 tower per day starting Tuesday. Not gonna be more.
It's all supposed to be done by the 14th.
I told him, I got the thing with what order, I asked him what order, if he gets back to.
Good. I think everybody just, it's so different now that everybody knows what's going on. There are hardly any questions. Beth had completely paused this morning. Yeah, it's her first like,
Yeah, why don't you sit up back here?
yeah.
You don't do this, huh?
How do I do it? Yeah, not, all the questions have been answered, so.
Yeah, it was, so like getting up and down was very
And then unless they're weird case.
Well, the problem I'm running into is it doesn't like me. They're gonna send it to the judge, so you can't upload any kind of thing to doc because Google Docs is technically not documented, link, so you have to go link to that. So we did all the vertical training on your own Google Docs, and so we did a lot of that already. And if the kid has to make his own copy and then has to submit a shareable link from the grade. So we can do all that. I'll just send you a link. Because then it creates their name on it and stuff like that, so. We're trying to figure all that out.
Six different.
I created two lessons today, but one of our, our students are ready to do that. We like to, actually, there's like,
They also return the rate card section as well. There's one more. All of that will work. What times are you
now we're doing 7.5 hours. But my expectation is to work on that.
I have to tell you.
I can sign up for next. I'm not sure about the kids will work out. Okay.
Hey, Dr. Mary.
I have a question. I was reading the minutes.
Yeah, they're right up.
It's like, in this number 2, where it said, I made a motion to require a letter of resignation, the rest of the board agreed that a letter of resignation is not needed. I know Ms. Harrison didn't agree with that, so I guess we have to correct it. I might have done this before. And this part, is there a reason why we don't address, it seemed to address everything that Dr. Shook said, except where we had the whole discussion about not needing to formally approve the plan and the summary of that discussion before Dr. Hicks's motion. It just says he made a motion to do it, so there's nothing there. There was nothing there about the Title I discussion we had, and a proposal for the discussion of temperature checks and
The Title I, if you go back to under Ms. Harrison's comments,
Title grant, approval, that approved Title I. Okay, that was there, sorry about that. And then, the discussion about temperature checks and mask screenings, and Dr. D is saying that, he's been looking for consultation with health department, from that discussion, so how do we, what should I do with that?
honestly, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's good, 'cause I'm
How
not
many
sure.
times have I done this?
Okay.
Is that, did you mention that to Chairman?
Yeah, he said to check with you, so I guess we should work out with him.
Also, and I can check with Dr. Schultz also.
Okay.
I know, yeah, I'll get with him.
Okay. I'll just wait here then.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Jason come? Huh? Oh, yes, you can. I had some surgery on my face when I was very young. A dog had bitten me, and I had plastic surgery. Stitches here, closed, and so the scar. And I told her, I wasn't allowed to open my mouth very bad or smile for like 2 weeks. It was a long time. And he said you have to smile. The only thing I remember is he put my teacup in and carried me to the first aid station. And then the only other thing I remember is my mom on blood all the way down to her shoe. I remember my blood and yeah. Well, you know, I remember no pain. I guess your brain doesn't down. Then I had to go get plastic surgery once my face was crying. Yeah, he did. He really did. And I was forced my nights. And I thought, unfortunate because the hospital, the person that surgery, she was plastic surgery. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How are you? Good. Yes. Gotta have them, right? I guess I better put these down here. I hope not. Okay, that's good.
These seats are a lot more comfortable.
No worries.
I know you're probably going to be enjoying What class are you teaching? For their skills for learning how to deal with college. You being 15. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's
connecting to the internet.
It says it's been lost. Server's been lost.
Call the August 6th regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Mr. Leamy,
Here.
Mrs. Kirby,
Here.
Mrs. Hairston,
Here.
Dr. Hicks, Mr. Hill,
Here.
Mr. Johnson,
Here.
Dr. Mealy.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting?
I so move.
Dr. Mealy has provided a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Hicks. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I understand that sometimes issues come up last minute, but in the future, could we try not to change the agenda within 8 hours at least of the meeting?
I plan to address that.
Excellent, thank you, sir.
Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda is approved. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into closed meeting pursuant to the Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3711A1, for personnel due to appointments, resignations, assignments, performance, and discipline of specific public officers, appointees, and employees of the board, specifically being employees number 53,
Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
I so move, Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion from Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second, Ms. Hairston. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're now out of closed session. Ms. Johnson, please certify the closed meeting.
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Okay, item 3, public comment. Ms. Ma'am, you're up. Let me cover the public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 30 minutes. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes, while anyone representing an organized group will be allowed 5 minutes, provided they're the sole speaker from that group or organization. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, voting district, organization, or group if applicable. The school board is here to listen to the comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during the 30-minute period. Please remember this is a public meeting, and we expect speakers to refrain from foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell indicating the 3 minutes have expired. Dr. Shook will serve as timekeeper for the 30-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 3-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish, please send or give your comments to Ms. Johnson, and she'll get them to the board members.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just clarify that I'll do my best to maybe make a ringing sound tonight, but I'm somewhat limited in my technological
I'm
capabilities.
sure if anyone can ring.
Thank you. We have 2 individuals scheduled this evening. Crystal DeLong on behalf of the Bedford County Education Association, and also Mr. Robert Carson.
Ms. DeLong?
Good evening. On a personal note, I just want to thank Mr. Edwards for always saying my name correct. It makes my heart happy. Good evening. I'm Crystal DeLong. I live on Pinecrest Avenue in Bedford, and I'm here tonight to represent the Bedford County Education Association. It's nice to see you all in person and not just on the screen. And we are busy returning to school. All of us, staff and teachers, return back this week, as you know. First, we just want to thank you for giving Dr. Shook a leeway to make adaptations and changes in the school calendar. Thank you for supporting the delay or pushback of the start date for students to allow teachers more time to work and plan so that we can better serve our students. I'm sure that you're aware that we've been doing a lot of training, and but maybe not the quality of the training that we've been doing. And so I just really want to give a shout out to Dr. Calvert and her team for the outstanding virtual training that they provided. I've been to a lot of professional development, and it really was quality what they created. So I really just want to, say thank you to Dr. Calvert and her team, especially to Sherry Weiss and Beth Robertson as well for everything that they've done in that training. Additionally, we want to thank you for responding so quickly when the news came out about the issue with daycare for our staff due to the staggered start. We were immediately bombarded with questions and phone calls and emails, and I'm sure you as board members were as well. And I just can't thank you enough for like the quick response that came. And my vice president, or our vice president, Christina Childers, handled a lot of that, and it went all really well. So we really appreciate that. We just want to thank you. I'm not here to ask for anything tonight. I just really want to thank you for listening to your stakeholders, and that just really means a lot to us. We really appreciate the good working relationship that we have with Dr. Shook and Central Office and with all of you. Those of you who have been in the county for a long time, you know that that has not always been the case. And so that is something that we do value, that we have such a good working relationship, and that means a lot to us. So don't worry though, I will be back asking later, I'm sure. So once the governor and the General Assembly have given us their new version of the budget, we'll definitely be reaching out to you. But thank you again for your service and all that you're doing for our learners and the staff in Bedford County.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Carson, as a representative of the group, you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. You won't take that long.
All right.
I promise you I won't take that long. My name is Robert Carson. I worked for Bedford County for a number of years without telling my age. But I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the custodial staff. And the reason being, we have been talking pretty much since probably April, because we have been back and forth in our buildings. And with all this planning, and by the way, you guys have, I know you gotta be tired, you gotta be brain weary, because you've done a lot of work in trying to get the kids back to school and to do it safely. We've been following the meetings and the emails that we have been getting concerning that, so you've done an excellent job. Our concern is what happens once they get to school. And the reason we're concerned is because all the way up to this point, we have not been included in anything. And we are the ones that takes care of those schools. You have good ideas, the CDC guidelines, we have all of that, but we have good ideas too. And some of the things that you have asked us to do, it doesn't work in every school. I guess what I'm asking is if whoever's possible to allow us to have a meeting with the head custodians so that we can exchange ideas with different about the schools. And most of you know, and we talked to them about it also, and we do talk as custodians, but a lot of these schools, they weren't being cleaned the way they should be, even before when nothing was happening. That cannot be the case now. We're dealing with COVID. This is not a flu and cold thing. This is COVID. And COVID is a killer. Those of us that are older, myself included, to me, I'm scared to death. Because I think if I get it, it's a death sentence for me. And I'm not the only one. But we have good ideas, because when those kids get to school and get off that bus, they become our responsibility to keep them safe, to keep the building clean and sanitized. But nobody is talking to us. And I'm here tonight to ask you to talk to us. We know those buildings. We know what it takes to keep those buildings safe. We want to know what is our responsibility going to be, because it's going to change drastically. We're going to be on point all day long in those buildings to try to keep these kids safe. All we're asking is include us in this, because when they come to school, they become our responsibility. You're still doing what you do. But we're the ones that have to make sure everything is safe. We're the ones that have to make sure everything is sanitized. We also would ask you that before school starts, if possible, I don't know how you would do it or how Dr. Shook would manage it, at least give us a day where the teachers work from home, because everybody's been in and out of those schools. Before we left, we cleaned, we sanitized every room in those schools and put a seal on the door. But since then, the seal's been broken. For various reasons, people have been in and out of the school. We would like to ask for one day before school starts, when we can go in there with nobody there, work from home, where we can go back and do the same thing. But I guess the biggest thing I'm asking for is for you to communicate with us, for us to somebody to talk to us. Because whether you want to believe it or not, we're going to become very essential in a couple of weeks. And we just like to share some ideas and get some ideas and let you know what we need, what we don't have, what we need to get to do our job. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have some additions, corrections to the minutes of the meeting last month.
Okay. What are your corrections or your additions?
Okay. When we got to the superintendent's report, there was a lot of information there, but we did not include anything there stating that our discussion all around whether or not we had to approve the plan. Dr. Shook, as you remember, said, you don't have to formally approve it. And none of that discussion appears in the minutes. There's nothing about the temperature checks that we talked about, and the fact that it was noted that mass screenings equal irregular readings. There was nothing about Dr. Dewis stating that they were in consultation with the health department, and that we were asking for a report on temperature checks by parents, how we would take care of that, and Dr. Dewis said that he could explore that for us. None of those items were listed, unless I missed them. Please somebody tell me if I did.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to accept the consent agenda as presented. Would Dr. Hicks, would you like to withdraw that motion? So that,
yes,
okay.
I would.
Okay. Do I have a motion to consider item 4.01 minutes separate from the consent agenda?
I so move.
Okay. A motion by Dr. Miller. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. We'll go ahead and consider the minutes separately. Does anybody have any discussion around the addition of the items that Dr. Mealy has discussed?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. So I don't have any concerns about what she said, because what was stated. But toward the end, she said, unless she missed it. So do we need check on that before? I mean, are you saying it's not?
No, it's not in there as I read it. Those items are not in there as I read it.
So what you're saying, unless you missed it in the minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless
That
I
was my
misread it in
question.
some way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying they were, these
Those
items were not in
items
the
that
minutes,
I
you would like to
said
have
were
added?
not in there, and yet they were part of our discussion.
Okay.
So they need to be included in the minutes.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of amending the minutes to include the verbiage that Dr. Mealy has shared with us, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the minutes are amended. Please get those to Ms. Johnson.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the remainder of the consent agenda as presented.
Second? Second, Mr. Johnson. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have asked that 4.06, the personnel report, that we pull numbers 53 and 56 of that report, and we vote on it separately.
Okay. Dr. Hicks, you want to withdraw the?
I will withdraw my motion.
I have a motion from Ms. Hairston to consider employees 53 and 56 separately from the personnel report. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll consider those two separately. Do I have a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for employee 53.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Dr. Hicks, discussion? Well, we've already had that. All those in favor of accepting the superintendent's recommendation on employee 53 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Johnson, please call the board.
Ms. Harrison?
No.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Leamy?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
No.
You have 5 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, the superintendent's recommendation for employee 53 is accepted. Do I have a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for employee 56?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for employee number 56.
I have a motion by Dr. Hicks. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Hill. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
I'm not opposed to 56.
You are?
She isn't.
She isn't, I'm not.
Okay. Can't hear you. Please poll the board, Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Harrison?
No.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Leamy?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
You have 6 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you. The superintendent's recommendation on employee 56 is accepted. Now, do I have a motion to accept the remainder of the consent agenda as presented?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the remainder of the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Hicks. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Johnson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. The remainder of the consent agenda is accepted as presented. Item 5.01, superintendent search recommendation. Myself and Dr. Mealy, via Zoom, interviewed 3 firms that had submitted RFQs for the search firm for this, to find a new superintendent. One firm stood head and shoulders above the rest. And Dr. Mealy, if you want to address specifics on that.
Yes. The firm that we were looking at, Hazard Young and Etta, we believed that when they presented, they just did an absolutely excellent job. We had listened to McPherson and Jacobson, thought they did an absolutely good job. We really thought at the time, I remember when it was over, that they're probably going to be the ones. Then we listened to Baker Tilly. That was not a good presentation at all. So that one we set aside. And then the last one we did was Hazard Young and Etta. And we were very impressed by this gentleman. Most of the people who work in the firm are retired superintendents, have been in education for a long time. What we were very impressed with was that he had done his research on Bedford County Public Schools. For example, he knew about our subgroups. When he spoke to us, he knew where the issues were with subgroups, which I thought was pretty impressive. He had information about the OCR complaints, the EEOC complaints, the lawsuits, things that had gone well in this county, things that probably need to be addressed. He was just very, very well versed, and we thought that he just presented in an excellent manner. He had assured us that he would help us get to a conclusion. We kept asking all the firms the same question: how will you help us do this? He was very specific in his support of Bedford County and what we would do and how we would do it, and help us determine what the best things would be for Bedford County. So we just thought he did a great job, and we did not go in thinking that. We really thought Jacobson and McPherson and Jacobson were probably going to rise to the top. They did a good job, but they did not do as good a job as HYA. So I think that would be our very best choice. They're very committed to us in terms of working very closely with us and determining what we need and determining the characteristics of a new superintendent and how we'll go about that. Every question that we asked there was no hesitation in the question answer. So we just really liked this firm quite a bit. Very impressed with their presentation.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendation to retain Hazard, Young, and Adia and Associates as the superintendent search firm?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept Hazard, Young, and Adia as our search firm as we look for a new superintendent.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Discussion, any questions?
I just want to say one thing. I have gotten a couple of phone calls. I think, Mr. Chairman, you may have gotten an email, but there are people out there who are calling, wanting to know about the timeline. Every firm, if you know, if in the protocols that they gave us, had a timeline. So I am telling these people that is just an example of what it could be. We have not decided on a timeline, but even the newspaper called and wanted to know more specifics about, the timeline that you see in the HYA proposal. And so you may get phone calls like that, or you may hear something like that, and that's where it's coming from, is they're just looking at their proposals, which were totally samples. That's all they were. They will not set a timeline until they meet with us to determine what we want the timeline to be.
Right, and just to emphasize what Dr. Mealy said, the timeline is dependent upon the initial meeting once we retain HYA. Are there any other questions?
I have a couple.
Yes.
So, Dr. Mealy, you mentioned that they had people on their staff with years of educational experience. Do they also have people who are bringing fresh ideas and new things to the table as well?
We didn't specifically ask that question. Most firms are touting the amount of experience that they're bringing to the table with people who have spent their careers in education. So we did not specifically ask what new things would you bring to the table. Our discussion was really centered around try to explain the process to us. I can share that with you.
Well, if I can jump in there. What their process is much like what we've been through with architectural firms. They come down, they're going to meet with the board, they're going to find out what do we want.
Okay.
So really, if you drill it down, it's what the board wants. They also do community outreach to stakeholders. I mean, it's a very similar process to the architects.
Right.
So what they do is they get a good feel for the community and what the board is looking for.
Okay.
In a superintendent.
That sounds good. So my other question would be, I heard a lot of negatives that they brought to the table. Were there any, did they talk about our accreditations, that all of
Yes.
our schools are accredited?
As I mentioned, they spoke about our subgroups, which they thought really the difference in the subgroups and accreditation, he
Okay.
complimented us on that.
So there were some compliments?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great. That's what I
No, they
wanted
did
to
a
make
deep
sure.
dive into the strategic plan as well. I mean,
Yes.
Okay, good.
He was very
He was quoting from
complimentary about the strategic plan.
Okay, and then the only other thing, I wanted to make sure that we had it on record, because I did have some concerns about the January 1st start date. That was just a sample, correct?
That is the timeline will be established once we meet with.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had not committed to it January
No,
1st,
there's
and
no-
the board
there's
had.
no commitment.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I have a lot of faith in most people with doctorates from Virginia Tech, so HYAA sounds like a very solid firm. However, I've had some individuals reach out to me with a couple of concerns. First of all, they're saying we have a deep bench here in Bedford County, whether they're administrators or principals or others, why, especially now with tight budgets and COVID, should we engage in a national search when we have people who've worked their way up the ladder for that? So I think that would be one of my concerns. The other involves, what is the actual final cost? Because someone that reached out to me also kind of likened it to the school picture package where you have the basic, but then you have the mug and the fridge magnet and the keychain, and as you just keep adding services, the price just keeps increasing. So what is, and I don't know if we want the fridge magnet with the search or not, but like, what is the final price that we would be paying to search nationwide for the superintendent?
That, unfortunately, is going to depend on what we choose to do. If we choose to advertise, for example, in different languages, Spanish, for example, then that's going to cost you more. If you want more meetings with the crew that's coming out here, then that would cost you more money. So I don't think we have a final cost. They were all about in the same price range. When you added there, some broke out like, here's our cost, $18,000, but then here's all the travel. That's an additional $9,000. Some said, you know, our total cost for everything is X. So it's really going to depend. And I'm sorry, I can't put my hand on that piece of paper. I know I gave it to y'all. I'm sorry?
This is the 23.5. This is the base price.
I don't want to. It's somewhere there. I don't know why I can't put my hand on here, but I can. So it's just going to depend on what we choose to do. Like if we do multiple brochures, if we do more than just the common brochure that they normally do, that's going to cost you more money. As far as actually looking, when you say looking outside of our county, I think one thing that we need to do with these firms, and they all do, I don't know that some do better than others, but I think AYA certainly indicated very positive ways to do this. I believe it's necessary to have a lot of focus groups. It's necessary to be talking to all groups in our community, the community of color, the Latino community, the white community. It's necessary to be talking to all the groups in our division, the teachers and the custodians and people like that. It's necessary for us to determine what these people would like to see in a new superintendent. So although we do have to pay for these services, and we may have people in our division who are qualified, it's really going to depend on, I believe, a lot, at least part of the decision has to come with what the people want. You know, what do our teachers and our community want to see in a new leader? And I don't think that anybody has that kind of time and maybe not expertise to do that really, really well. So they will do that. They will come meet with us, get an idea of what we want, advertise that position. Another thing I believe that they do very well is that they actively recruit people. And I think that's important too. I think you do have to consider all people at the table, not just the ones in front of you. That you may end up with one that's in front of you. But I think it's important to consider everyone that might come to that table. We don't have the capability of doing that, especially when you talk about a nationwide search, because we asked them if they would do a nationwide search, and they said they would. They have offices all over the country. And yes, they reach out, depending on what we say as characteristics. Different offices say, you know what, I have Tommy Jones who fits this perfectly. So we would have access to a lot larger pool of candidates by using a search firm.
And in ordinary times, I don't think I would disagree with you on that, but right now with things being what they are and the possibility of having to pay tens of thousands of dollars in relocation fees, and if you look at Roanoke and Lynchburg, both of which have recently hired new superintendents, their new superintendents are being paid significantly more than their predecessors. So I've just heard a lot of concerns about that. I would say my major concern with this is approving a proposal with the dollar figure still TBD. I think if we had a firm, we will pay X, I would feel more comfortable with that. So again, nothing against them, it sounds like they're a great firm and they'll do good work for us, but that would just be my only concern with this.
And I think one thing that we might be able to do is say, this is the money we have to spend, what can we do for that?
Mr. Hagler, isn't it customary to bargain with contractors?
Yes, in this case, the board will negotiate with the firm, your number one firm that you've selected, and you'll negotiate for a contracted price on what you want included and what you don't want included, and then any changes that may come later on. But like an engineering firm or an architectural firm, you're doing an RFP, it's a trust for proposal, and then you go into negotiations with your number one choice.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor of accepting HYA as superintendent search firm, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Please pull the board, Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Hairston?
Yes.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Leamy?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
You have 6 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you, ma'am. HYA is accepted as this superintendent search firm for Bedford County Public Schools. And Mr. Adler, I'll get with you. You can move it forward. 5.02, approval bid for bus lease purchase. Mr. Hagler.
Yes, good evening. We put out our bid for lease purchase of our buses, as we do every year. We're going to be purchasing 14 new buses. We pay for that over 7 years. We opened the bids yesterday, so that was a late add to your board docs. I believe you all received that. I do have copies here if you'd like to receive those. Happy to report, of course, good news of the financial year. It came in under what we budgeted, so very pleased with that. With that, my recommendation, staff recommendation, is that we award the lease purchase of our buses to First American Education Finance.
Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Hagler?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Are these all going to be standard full-size buses?
This year, they're all standard.
All standard.
Typically, we'll buy 2, maybe 3 special ed buses in a given year. This year, the need was more just for standard buses.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hagler, I have very little not understanding, knowledge of this, I should say. Is this a company we worked with before?
This is actually a bid, so you have to take the lowest bid.
You have to
This
take the
this is a new one, and I think in the past few years, there's been one financial firm that has won the bid the last 3 years. They did not this year. So anytime I've worked with probably 5 different financial firms in the 12 years that I've been here. So I have to go through all the paperwork, of a lease paperwork, and just sign all the documentation. So that usually goes pretty smoothly. Most of these firms are competitive in a lot of different districts in going after these things.
And one more question, the annual payments we make, is that kind of what we've always done, that kind of $209,000 payment?
It's interesting.
Lower?
Yes. Ever since I arrived, we have lease purchased 12 to 14 buses. During the recession, we set aside 1 year or 2 years that we did not do that. But if you do that long-term, then you're going to have buses over the 15-year period, which the state recommends, and your fleet will become aged and you'll get into a lot of trouble. So we need to maintain the replacement cycle of our buses. To get out of the lease purchase, the rate is at 1.25%, so it's very cheap borrowing right now for us. If interest rates were to go up, yes, that might be something we might want to get out of, but then you're purchasing 14 buses for over $1 million, so to switch 14 million over to cash right away, you'd probably want to phase out of this. I actually came up with a plan, but with the rate at 1.25, I thought if I brought that to the board and said, it just didn't seem, the Financial Times with the low interest rate where it made sense to start switching out of that. We may get into that in the future, and I would propose that we do a phased, you buy 2, you lease 12, you buy 4, you lease, and you do that over like a 7 or 8, 10-year period. But at this point, it didn't make sense at this point. But we've done this ever since I arrived, and that's been the protocol.
Any questions for Mr. Adler?
And just for those that are new on the board, we lease purchase, so after 7 years, we own the buses. So we pay for them over a 7-year period. First payment's up front, and then we usually run them up to 15 years.
And how long do then we keep these buses?
15 years.
15 years, okay.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion to accept First American Equipment Finance as the lease purchase bus bidder?
So moved.
A motion by Dr. Hicks, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hill, second. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. First American Equipment Finance is accepted as the lease purchase bus company. Comments and concerns? Start way down there in Iowa. Mr. Hill.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you to the staff for your work. I know it has not been easy. I've talked to several teachers. I am hearing positive feedback with the support that they're getting, so thank you all for that. I'm looking forward to school starting back. I have 2 kids that live in my house who are also looking forward to starting back. So I just wish sports were starting a little bit sooner, but we'll have to deal with that. But I think we've all been kind of thrown into a tailspin, and a lot of times you can tell by what we do, and the final product of what we put together shows the type of leadership that we have. And so all of you guys, I just want to say thank you. Great job. Hearing lots of positives from multiple locations, schools, and staff. So thank you on that.
Ms. Harrison?
Thank you. I also would like to echo some of the things that Mr. Hill has said in regards to just thanking the staff for all of their hard work and efforts. And also I want to just say to the teachers and paraprofessionals out there that welcome back to school, and I want you all to know under these unprecedented times that I certainly appreciate all of your hard work, your courage, your strength, and your commitment, and more importantly, your love for teaching. And I certainly pray for everyone's safety and their well-being under these circumstances that we'll be entering into once our students arrive. I also want to make mention that I attended a Zoom meeting with the Laurel School as a representative. And of course, they were discussing their reopening plans, and I'd like to commend the Laurel School for their plan. I think it's well thought out, certainly considering the safety of both students and teachers. And also, I believe we have, and this may be updated, that we have 1 student from Bedford County that's going to be attending Laurel, whose parents elected for them to attend. I also want to mention that at our last meeting, we talked a little bit about, or I did, a concern regarding parents who were requesting a transfer for their child. I believe some of these parents have submitted in appeals for their students to be allowed to transfer to a given school. And our policy actually does state that there are extenuating circumstances. And as I mentioned before, I believe that these families have extenuating circumstances, particularly facing COVID and what they're going to have to endure in terms of locating childcare, and they have former students or children that have attended school. So I would certainly hope that these 4 families and their appeals will be reconsidered under these circumstances, and that they would be allowed to transfer to said schools. I believe there's only 4 of them, and our policy does allow for extenuating circumstances. That's all that I have.
Ms. Garvey?
Like you often say, you sound like a broken record, but I just want to thank everybody for your hard work. It's really appreciated and it really shows.
And I want to continue, because I'm in the same boat like Mr. Hill. If 2 kids come on back to school, and I understand everyone's confusion as to what's going to happen, trying to explain it to your children, what's going to happen when you don't know yourself. And I just want to ask for continued patience as we try to work through all this.
I would also like to echo my thanks to everyone involved in the planning and implementation of the school reopening plan. Fantastic job. And I attended a Zoom meeting of the Central Virginia Governor School Board yesterday. Their reopening plan involves Bedford County students only attending in person on Tuesday, and the other 4 days they would work virtually. They will have temperature checks on entering the building, and will be wearing face masks, and they have a very good safety plan worked out for those students.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been in communication with Mark Levy, the director of the Roanoke Valley Governor's School. He's been keeping us updated on the reopening planning for the RVGS this fall. They have settled on a 2x2 hybrid class community plan. So our students that are there will be divided into groups, some attending on campus, some virtually, and then there will also be a 100% virtual option for families that choose to do that. And then there will be 1 day a week when everyone is taking virtual classes. In the conversation, he told me that he was very complimentary of Bedford County and the work that the staff did and getting the information that they needed to them quickly and accurately. And I believe he maybe even said Bedford County was the first one back with the information. So thank you for that. I think that made their finalization of their plan much smoother. Like everyone else, thank you for all of the hard work that you're doing. I know this is difficult. What is the old saying? Like building a bicycle while you're riding it or going downhill or something like that. But you were
Building a plane while you're flying.
building a plane. Plane, bike, either way, it could end badly, but they are doing a great job of it. So I'm very excited with the work that you're doing and happy to see how that turns out. As Mr. Hill and others have said, I've heard from a number of teachers who have been very complimentary of the training. So I want to again congratulate the team on that, for putting that together. I want to say it's very rich. It's intense, but rich, and they're getting a lot from it. So thanks for that. And then finally, kind of on a personal note, I may not have kids that are going back to school this fall, but I'm going back to school this fall. Like our teachers, I am currently practicing educator, so I'm in the classroom regularly, going through professional development myself, so I stay up to date on trends and current practices in the educational field. And this fall, I will be teaching 2 blended classes, 1 day a week online, 1 day a week in the classroom. And so I am right now in the same boat with a lot of our teachers. How do I take this class that I've always taught in person and convert it into a system that will be meaningful and enriching, even if we're not in the same room together? We're having the same conversations about safety, social distancing in the classroom, masks, no masks. What do you do if a student comes in the room without a mask? So I completely understand what you are going through right now, and just speaking to all of our teachers and our staff members around the county, I just want to say, I understand we're all in this together. This year is going to look very different from anything that maybe we have ever seen before, and hopefully that we ever see again. But hopefully we come out stronger on the other side. We learn some new ideas, strategies that we can implement and make permanent, and look forward to being able to celebrate together and closer than 6 feet, maybe even a group hug, this long, when this is all over. So keep up the good work and best wishes for the year ahead.
Dr. Bailey?
I also would like to thank our teachers and our parents and our staff for everything that they're doing. And I don't think we can say that enough times. So thank you for doing that. I know that it has been difficult. It's changed 80 million times. It's going to change probably a couple more times. So thank you for all of your hard work with that. I don't know it's very difficult, I think, to come to work every day wondering if what you did yesterday was still going to be okay, or you're going to have to change it, even 3 times during that day. So we have learned a new meaning of the word being flexible. In fact, I think we probably just need a new word. So thank you so much for that, and I echo Ms. Hairston for welcoming people back to school. And I do understand, too, the stress and the anxiousness and the feeling of being overwhelmed with this new normal that we have. But I believe we have such a dedicated staff that we are going to get through this, and I echo your sentiments. We are going to come out stronger on the other side because of the dedication we have. I also want to thank parents because they've been reaching out in emails and phone calls and questions to people, and I so appreciate that. I encourage all parents to do that. If you have a question, just try to find the answer. And if you can't get a hold of your school board member, we will help you with that. But our staff is very responsive, so please keep asking those questions, and we're going to make sure you get the answers that you need. As a board, I would just like to say that moving forward, I would like us to consider having even an abbreviated dinner time and break, even if it's only 15 or 20 minutes. I think that's just really needed. It's necessary. I so appreciate the division feeding us, but I also think personally it's just unprofessional if we were going to sit here be munching down on dinner while we were talking to each other. So we may just want to consider even an abbreviated break to grab a protein bar or something and be able to use the ladies' room. One other thing I would like to ask the board members, I think it is time again to send a letter to or a written communication to all of our employees, just thanking them for their work. If you're not watching this, you might not hear what we've all said. I'm happy to write that and send it out to you all again. If you all think that you would like to participate, I'm going to do that. I was hoping that we could put everyone's name on that letter. How do you all feel about that?
Yeah, write it up and.
That's a great idea.
I will
That's easy.
just send it out to you all, and I usually give you like 3 or 4 days to respond. If you don't, I'm assuming that you think it's okay. And please feel free to make additions, corrections. I'm never upset about editing of any kind, but thank you, because the last letter had the complete wrong address. I don't even know where that came from. Yeah, when I looked at that, I was like, oh my gosh, he's right.
No one responded.
Yes. So thank you for checking that. Another set of eyes are very good. So I will work on that for us. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Last guy, is what it is. Again, just to echo everyone, thank you to support staff, to paras, to teachers, to admin. We are basically at the mercy of things far beyond our control, and we're getting dealt a hand of cards. And I think so far we've played the hand we've been dealt pretty well. So let's just keep doing that. And expect things to change. Dr. Mealy, here's another way of saying stay flexible. Semper Gumby.
Oh,
Always flexible. So I think we should adopt that as our division motto. Semper Gumby. I've got a little logo that I'll send out to everybody so they can post it. When they get frustrated, they can just look at Gumby. And I mean, how can things be bad when you're looking at it? So just hang in there, guys. Keep doing what you're doing, and you're doing well. A couple of other things. I was not here for the last meeting. I want to thank my compadre, Ms. Kirby, for sitting in my position while I was not here. I was recuperating from a medical procedure, so thank you again. And just an admin thing. Please look for the agenda on Fridays. Dr. Shook, we're going to make sure that everything is posted on Friday that needs to be posted so that board members can take a look at it. And if you have additions, changes, whatever, please get that to me by COB on Monday. And that way we will, we can, it's not only important that we do that for internal consumption, but when we start reordering the agenda, for example, Mr. Long and Mr. Carson had to, they thought they were going to come in and speak and, go hit the Hardee's drive-thru or something. But we reordered the agenda, which kind of threw them off. So it affects the public as well. So please get any changes to me by Monday. Good to go? And I think that's it. So, without further ado, 6.02, Dr. Mealy and Ms. Hairston, some comments on AP classes. Observations.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm going to need somebody who can answer some questions about that. Which one of you would be able to do that? Dr. Francis, okay. I have received quite a few concerns about Math 161 and 162.
Okay.
Tell me why we decided to put those courses together. The concerns from parents and students are that the two courses were together.
I can tell you, the main thing was a scheduling situation because the way we're scheduling teachers, we're doing everything on kind of a 3x3 or 3x4 block. So it would be very difficult to have some classes on that and others year-long. That creates more problems for coverage and using teachers for learning coaches, which we were, that's something that we feel like we have to do for students to be successful. So you're referring to the dual enrollment.
Yes.
Not the AP, okay? I do have information on AP, but dual enrollment, here's what we've worked out for Math 161, 162, because we talked with CVCC, and when we met with them, that was, that's probably the class that we do see some students struggle. It is a kind of that course that stretches students. We have the ability that if any student is getting a grade below a C, that we can extend that out with their teacher longer and then compensate them, whether it be first semester or even second semester, if we have to extend that out, kind of the way we did this summer. So if we have a student or students, and we're going to do that individually, that are struggling with the content and keeping up, we can extend that out. So they would do a little longer than the one semester for the 161 and 162.
Is it any different for AP?
AP is a completely different animal. AP basically is set up on the exam, and all of that centers around an exam that takes place in May. The concern always has been if you do an AP course in the fall, you have some learning loss. Well, AP will give their exams in May, and it's going to be the traditional format. I had a 2.5-hour webinar with AP today, and a lot of the most of the divisions on there, the questions centered around moving to a block schedule because almost everyone in the state is doing that to reduce the number of classes that students take. What AP offers is many resources. They even have AP video for every topic. It's an 8 to 10 minute video that students can use. We will be able to stay connected to those students. Let's say you take AP U.S. History first semester. We will still have access to those students virtually. We can give them review sessions. We will also put in review sessions maybe on Saturdays or those Wednesdays and so forth, so we can bring students in and work with them as well. They do have the monitoring system where we can actually assess students and see which areas they're weak in, where they need support. So we're going to stay connected to our AP students even if they take something first semester. The idea is we would, if a student's taking multiple AP, we would not give them, say, AP U.S. History and AP English first semester. We would have one first semester, one second semester, but we would still be connected. And all of the AP resources are geared for online hybrid or blended, or face-to-face. So I do not see an issue with that and staying connected. The other thing that AP is doing, that if a student registers and pays for the AP exam, and they decide, okay, I just don't think I can take this exam, it's a no fault fee. So basically, their registration fee would come back 100%. So they do not lose any money, they do not forfeit any money. So if we can work with students, and as I said, if they feel like they're not ready for that exam in May, which will be a traditional exam, it will not be like the exam this year. It will be the traditional free response and in-person exam.
Okay, well, and I guess I'm going to have some questions too, going back and
Dr.
forth.
Mealy, can I interrupt for just a second?
Let's run to the chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I speak for just a moment?
Yes.
I wanted to piggyback off of what you had said before we moved on, just to get some clarity on math 161 and 162, which are the dual enrollment.
The dual enrollment, yeah,
Right.
that's through CVCC, yes.
Absolutely. So those two courses are going to be combined and taught in 9 weeks?
One semester. So basically, you would teach 161 the first 9 weeks and 162 the second 9 weeks.
So are we going to be combining those two? Because I'm under the impression that our teachers are going to be teaching dual 161 and 162, those two combined during a 9 weeks. Is that not the case?
No, not during the 9 weeks, during a semester.
During a semester, they're going to do that.
So 161 would be 9 weeks, 162 would be another 9 weeks.
Okay.
So instead of having it taught, like we have typically taught 161 during 18 weeks, a whole semester. So now it's going to 9 weeks, which colleges teach those intents. And the other thing we're doing is students are not taking 5 or 6 classes along with this. They are taking 1 or 2. So they'll have much more time to focus, but we're also putting that support in that if a student if they're not earning a C or higher, we can extend that out and provide them.
So our model is not different than what we've done before?
Well, it is different in the sense that if in the past, if I took 161, I took that course and I started in August and I ended in December. And then I took 162 in January and ended in May.
Yeah.
Now I take 161 starting in August and ends in October.
Yeah.
And I take 162 from October to December. A new group of students will then take 161, 162 second semester. So the third 9 weeks they'll do 161. The fourth 9 weeks they'll do 162.
It's a pretty rigorous class. I know that it is. I'm just curious in terms of those students, because it is such a difficult and rigorous class, how are we supporting those children who may struggle? You had mentioned that there would be some support given to them.
Well, what happens is the learning coach will work with the instructor, the dual enrollment instructor, and if it's determined, let's say a student is struggling and having a hard time grasping the concepts, basically what we can do is slow that student down, but we will extend them out so that they don't finish in January, they may finish in March. Now that may impact their ability to take another class second semester, but we have that ability for those students that may struggle. So we feel like with taking fewer classes, having the learning coach, and being able to work in small groups with that instructor, they will be able to determine the students that need the extra support, and we can provide that. If a student has an A or B or even a C, that earns college credit, and they're doing okay.
Now, will the instructor, the teacher, will that individual also serve as the learning coach?
Typically not. You will have a different learning coach. It may, just by random how each of the schools are determining learning coaches, but it may not be. It could be, but it might not be. But the learning coach would be in contact with that dual enrollment instructor. And as I said, with fewer classes, they have more time to interact. And if they need more support, obviously you'll have some students in 161 and 162 that just kind of breeze through. They're not going to need a lot of support, but you will have those that may need more, and that instructor can basically modify that schedule and work individually or in small groups with those students.
And have our instructors, have they been informed of the fact that, of
Yeah.
all of this, of what you've shared with us?
Yes, I talked to all three principals, and they've talked with their instructors for 161, 162, and they were all on board and felt that they could make this happen and support the students with this course.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I mean, I was, okay.
So, Dr. Francis, I know you said earlier a lot of the AP programs are also kind of dealing with the new block scheduling. Have you heard how other school divisions that work with CVCC are handling 161 and 162 this year?
Well, I think each school division is a little different in their hybrid learning, but I think we are the ones that, based on our schedule, looked at, we had to do something similar to this. Now, students that are doing the early college and that aren't working through that, they're on the same schedule CVCC has always had. So I think CVCC is working with each division individually to basically modify their instruction to meet the needs, and because some divisions are doing 100% virtual, some divisions are doing, hybrid like we are, so I think they're just modifying and working with every division.
Okay, so CVCC will still be providing support for
Yes.
our instructors as they need it?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. So who are the teachers that teach this course?
These are teachers that are our employees, but they're
Right.
certified.
Who are they?
I know that, I think Bill Eggle is at Jefferson Forest, Karen Siso, I believe. Excuse me? Z. Burnett at Jefferson Forest.
Okay, so did we, I'm just interested, did we actually ask these people what they thought of us combining these two courses? Not could you do it, but what do you think, as being instructors of this, what do you think?
The principals had those discussions, and there was concern, as I said. So when we heard the concern, the approach that we took is we could work with these instructors and these students individually if they needed more support.
Okay. When you said if suppose a student fails, you just said you're just going to keep extending them out if they're having trouble.
Correct.
Okay. So
But we would hope that a student would not, we would identify that very early on with the learning coach and the instructor working with that student, and that student would be with that instructor more because they need more support.
Okay, and going back to teachers, tell me what concerns they had, because my concern is that parents are, and even some students are just very concerned about the intensity, especially when you're speaking with 15-year-olds in some cases who've been out of school for 5 months. And we've talked about the social emotional well-being of our children, and I'm just really concerned because CVCC even teaches this in 2 semesters.
They do some, but they teach, in the summer, they teach 9-week courses for these 161s, 9 weeks, and 162s, because you're typically taking fewer classes in the summer, so you can devote more time to it. Obviously, any teacher that has to change from teaching a course from a semester to a 9 weeks has to do some different planning and kind of sequencing and how they're going to deliver the instruction. So obviously that, for any teacher, for all of our teachers, that's been a concern. So I think it was the same concern, but typically our best and our brightest are taking the dual enrollment. These are students that are on the advanced track that have always been successful. So we feel like if we provide them the support, those students will be able to be successful. And as I said, they're taking fewer classes. Now, doing this class in 9 weeks, if you're taking 5 or 6 other classes, now that's a totally different situation. If you're only taking 2 other classes, or maybe 1 other class other than this, you've got a lot more time to devote to that and outside and working with that. So it is going to be, it's more intense. Some students find that better because you don't have the lag. You kind of immerse yourself in it and you move through it.
So the specific support you're going to provide to the students are giving them more time you're going, are they gonna be allowed to come, say, on Wednesdays?
That's,
If they need
yes,
more
they can
time?
schedule that through their learning coach, so they can schedule those Wednesdays, or they can schedule additional time, or, face-to-face time in small groups. If a dual enrollment instructor for 161, 162 saw some students were having problems with this concept, they can bring them in and teach 3 or 4 students at one time and kind of bring them up.
Are these students gonna be guaranteed time, office hours with their teacher?
Every instructor has office hours. Every instructor has the ability to meet with students on Wednesdays.
Right, but if I'm there Monday and Thursday, do I have guaranteed times that I can meet, or am I gonna run into, yeah, I'm really sorry, I'm booked up for today that you're here?
Well, that's what the learning coach would be doing. They would be scheduling to make sure that the student got the support they needed. And all students are not going to need the same level of support. Some
Agreed.
students may not ever have to schedule, support for Wednesdays and those type of things. But I think this just lets us be more efficient and work with the students that may need that. But as I said, these are the top students that are taking these courses. So I feel confident with the support they'll be able to be successful.
Okay, are the students in the virtual environment also doing that in one semester?
Students in the virtual environment aren't taking dual enrollment courses. They can take AP courses, but not the dual enrollment, because part of working with, we felt like if we're going to do dual enrollment would be some face-to-face interactions and support. So if you're in the virtual Bedford Connects, you would not have that ability. So they are not accessing our dual enrollment courses.
Okay, so if I'm a student and I'm taking 161 and I have a problem with 161 and you extend me out, is there a time frame for extending me out? Like, do I have to be finished, for instance, by the end of the first semester? And then how does that impact me going for 162 into the second semester?
Well, students would be in 161, 162 first semester, both of those. So if we got to the point that we needed to extend that, that would just be, maybe we extend it to January or February or March. Then they would be completed. They would be done with both 161 and 162.
Yeah, but I'm not learning those concurrently, right? I mean, 161 is a prerequisite, isn't it, for 162?
Well, you typically, 161 has components to that, and then you move on to the 162. So theoretically, a student could take, I guess, a whole year, the way we used to do that.
And that's what I'm asking. If I'm a student and I just keep extending out.
Now, if you took it second semester, obviously we could extend that out through the summer. But if you took it first semester, I guess theoretically you could have until May, if you needed that. I don't see students needing that much support, because we didn't see that when we ended in May working with our students and the those that needed to improve their grade or get to a passing grade. Typically a couple, 2 months, I would think, about February, March, they would hopefully be done with that.
Okay. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I do have one more question
Sure.
to ask Dr. Francis. Do we know how many students will be taking these courses? Do you have any idea? Because I'm just trying to wrap my head around how many students can we anticipate one teacher possibly having?
It varies by school. We have some schools that may have 75 or 80 students taking that. We may have, another school may be only 25 students. So it really, as I said, at some of our schools, we have 2 instructors that do dual enrollment 161, 162 because of the number of sections. So basically what happens is if we have that large number of students, we have an additional instructor. So it would be split that way. So I don't see a problem with any one instructor being overloaded, because we've already addressed that based on the number of requests for the courses.
Perfect. That's exactly where I was headed with that, being overloaded. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a couple more. Were our parents specifically notified that this was going to be done in one semester? And I say that because I have parents who say, I didn't know anything about this.
Well, I think that in the plan, every course is on one semester now, unless it's at
Yes,
Susie.
but these are two different course numbers. It's not like an AP, or a history class that's one number. These are two different course numbers. And parents are saying, I had no idea that, these two courses were going to be taught in one semester.
So, well, that was shared out with the plan that we would be on a block schedule. So all classes would be on a block schedule. So whether we call U.S. Government 1 and U.S. Government 2, it's still it's a full year class. And so we're teaching that in one semester as well.
Dr. Shook, is there Dr. Shook, is there a possibility we could add that to the frequently asked questions, that this would be one, because I'm getting questions about it? Could we do that? How soon do you think that could get in there?
I did not want to promise, but, yeah.
What does that mean, though? What does that mean?
Well, it means that you just asked me the question, and I don't know what else is going to come out of this board meeting, and so we will address it as soon as we can. It's typically, no more than a few days of turnaround.
That's fine, yeah, I'm just wondering it's a couple of days. And let me ask you one more question, sir. And I don't know the answer to this. We approved a program of studies. So do we have to make a change in that program of studies because these are two different courses?
No,
Why is that?
because the courses are not different. What's just different is the pacing and the sequencing.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody object to a 10-minute break?
No.
Not at all.
All right, we'll reconvene at 7 minutes after 7. go ahead and reconvene. Item 7.01, update on 2020-2021 school reopening plan. Dr. Show.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. You'll be happy to hear we don't have as much to present this evening as we did the last several meetings because, of course, our plan is already out there. But what I'd like to do is a combination of things to try to kind of keep it moving and keep it segmented if it's okay. And that is to update on a few items. Some of them you already heard, but I think it's important to repeat them and also for the public. Some of these are also items that individual board members have requested from us over the past several weeks, and so we've kind of built that in. And I'm going to invite different staff members to come up at various times who have more knowledge and expertise on specific items. So I guess I want to frame things in a way that I want you all to understand that you may not have the advantage that I do of basically meeting with my colleagues multiple times in a week in the region and even at the state level. And there are, as you may know, quite a bit of variance across the Commonwealth as to how different local school districts are returning to school. Many recently have gone to 100% remote. That is obviously not our recommendation. It's not what we are planning. But I wanted you to be aware, if you weren't, that many are doing that. Most recently, Lynchburg made that announcement just Tuesday of this week. And I'm not saying they made the wrong decision. It was the right decision for Lynchburg. We feel like what we're doing is what's right for Bedford. But I guess the other thing I want to say, just to frame this and the way these conversations go with my colleagues, and I had this conversation with Ms. DeLong and Ms. Childress, I think about a week ago, whenever it was, all the days run together. But basically, it echoes what all of you said. Our teachers, they want to step in and do what needs to be done for our children as a moral imperative. And so I think that's why we are committed to doing what we're doing. And we certainly are monitoring all the health and safety, and we'll get into some of that here shortly. But we believe as a team that it's important for children to be in school, especially young children. And we want to do everything we can to make that happen. And oftentimes the safety and health and the need to be back in school pull kind of at opposite ends of a rope. And that's where you see that great variety. And again, I'm not standing here saying that our plan is perfect, but I do believe it's the right plan for Bedford in this moment. And as we've said, you all have said, circumstances may change, and then we may have to change. And so I guess the first thing I'll say, you all know, because I've emailed you this and you've seen it, the community knows it, but I think it's an important thing to mention. We did adjust our start dates. We actually changed our calendar twice, once slightly, as we had mentioned to you, coming off the last meeting, and then based on feedback we got from not just the BCEA, but others, felt that adding that extra week to prepare teachers was important. And so we have the 19th as our opening date for our elementary campuses, the 20th for our middle school campuses, the 24th for our high school campuses, and the 24th is also our Bedford Connects remote learning start date as of today. And we are not proposing anything different in this moment. I have to say this too, if you weren't able to see our broadcast, I knew the teachers wanted the extra time, and we got that feedback very early, and we were able to react to it. What surprised me in a positive way was how understanding the parents were. I did not hear from one parent who said, "Oh my goodness, my kid's been out of school since March. Why are you delaying this a week?" Instead, just the opposite. It was, we want the teachers to be ready. And so that was very validating and just kind of shows how we can all work together in these moments. As Ms. DeLong mentioned, we did have our teachers report back to work yesterday, most of them. On Tuesday, I had the opportunity to do something I've done for the past 11 years, but not in the same way, and that was to welcome our new teachers back, and we did that through Zoom. And kudos to Dr. Calvert and others who were able to pull that together. It was different, but what I liked about it was we were modeling for those teachers a lot of what we are hoping they will do with their young people. And it starts with building relationships. So before we actually got them into a project space where they got to use the Zoom whiteboard, which was their first time doing it, many of them, and it was Dr. Calvert's first time facilitating that, a little scary for her, but it worked. And we were also modeling, you got to try things, and you got to stretch yourself. And I guess what I want to share, in addition to just feeling it was positive, the positive energy we got from the teachers was pretty phenomenal, and it's a different thing in Zoom when you got them on your little Brady Bunch screen in gallery view. But we also had them in breakout rooms of 3 or 4 individuals, and if you've not done breakout rooms in Zoom, it gave those of us facilitating the opportunity to hop in between rooms. It kind of feels like magic. Dr. Calvert would just push a button, and I was in one room, and then I was in another, and so on. So thank you for that, Dr. Calvert. Another thing that I believe you all got in an email from the School Boards Association, but I'm not sure how widely it's been publicized, but there was a decision this week to waive accreditation ratings for 2021, which State Superintendent has been telling us to expect, but now it is official. And why that is important is it sends a clear message to our staff that they don't need to stress out about test scores and benchmarks and all the things that maybe have stressed them out in the past. Not that test scores and benchmarks are bad things, but as we talk about trying to meet social emotional needs, as we talk about children who have been out of school since March and may have not had any meaningful learning opportunities, I think it puts us in the position to do what we all have said we're about, and that is supporting individual students wherever they are, and socially and emotionally, and also with their academic needs. So with that, I now want to go over a number of topics, and well, actually, let me pause just so we don't get into this long thing, and then you guys ask all your questions. Let me tell you the other topics I'm going to address, and so if you don't hear one, maybe you can make a note that you want to hear about something else. But we're first going to talk about membership numbers. We had sent some about Bedford Connects, and then Mrs. Kirby had asked if we would kind of brief on overall numbers, and we typically do. So Dr. Dewis is going to come and do that. Dr. Dewis is also going to give you an update on transportation and nutrition, 2 things that are going to look very different in 2021, and we think it's important for you all to know the work that we're doing in that space. And then to complete Dr. Dewis's time at the podium, he is going to update on PPE and safety and cleaning and some things that we are doing to support the general cleanliness. And this addresses some questions I think that both Dr. Hicks and Dr. Mealy have addressed with us. We're then going to have an update on Bedford Connects from Ms. Blair, who you all approved earlier this evening. Congratulations to you. And so you will get to not just meet her, but hear from her and all the work that she and her team have been doing to spin that up. Quite extensive with that. And also talk about some of those numbers of children that are signing up for that. I did ask Dr. Calvert if she would briefly, not go into in-depth, but just kind of briefly give you a sense of what's happening in this training. A number of you have given her commendations this evening, which I agree, and certainly she's not doing it alone. She's got teams of people, but we're doing something we've never done before in terms of the training that we're doing, and I think you should hear a little bit about what's been happening there. We also, even though we did this in email, and we don't have anything new to really present, but Ms. Hairston had asked about childcare, and so Dr. Woodford is going to come up and address that. And then, just because we don't want to leave any stone unturned, Ms. Kirby had asked if we would talk a little bit about stipends for coaches and what the plan may be. And I think we even want to get some feedback from you all about what you think about our thinking around that, because folks are asking, and I think she's heard from some folks too. So let me pause there, and before I turn it over to others, any questions about the calendar, about new teachers, or about state accreditation? Okay, so Dr. Dewis.
Thank you. We forecast for this year 9,283 students, 9,283. And our budget was built on that, staffing models, and all the associated decisions that go along with us meeting needs of students. In our Power School system today, this morning, we had 9,279. So we're within just a few of that forecasted number. We hope that's a good sign. Some years, we are well over the forecasted number, and by the time everything settles out and we figure out who's moved away and who's not returning, families who might have moved from the area, what's in Power School comes down, and that still may happen. We still may enroll more students as well, so this is an atypical year, so it's hard to draw any conclusions about what that number means. But right now, we're pretty close in who we think is coming back to what we forecast. And I will follow up with a specific breakdown by grade level in an email as soon as I can get that all together so that you can compare that to the numbers for the 100% remote students. Any questions about those numbers?
Dr. Dewis, could you, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Dr. Dewis, can you provide us membership per school? Not tonight, can you just email that to us?
I can, if that's, sure. I can include that school and grade level information.
Thank you.
And we'll do that for the first 10 days.
Yeah, and good point, and that is a good point. We will make a point to do that for each of the first 10 days, and those 10 days are different 10 days for each levels, but so it might look a little different, but for the first little bit of school, just so we can see trends and hopefully see ourselves hitting our target number. And understand too that the numbers by school are very different from previous year's numbers by school because our grade level configurations are different. High schools will include 7 to 12 and so forth based on those other configuration decisions. So of those 9,300 kids, we ask every one of their families to fill out a form telling us lots of information about the upcoming school year. We asked for that form to be back to us about 2 weeks ago, telling us, do you want to enroll in the 100% remote option? If not, or if so, we asked some other questions. If not, how will you get to school? Do you need a school bus? We're going to ride a car. We're encouraging people to drive if possible, just so we could have more distancing and spacing out on our buses. And we asked some additional questions. Lots of families filled that out. The day after, we asked people to have it back. If we hadn't heard from anyone, teams of teachers got on the phone and began calling. So we got even more responses. And so we've heard from well over 80, 85, maybe approaching 90% at this point, because those calls are continuing. And there still may be some that we are leaving messages for. But the reason why it's so urgent today and tomorrow to get all of those responses back is we want to make sure our buses can pick up kids who need to be brought to school. And if we haven't heard from folks, we don't want to be in a position where it takes additional time to plan their route. You may remember earlier we talked about having one kid per seat unless they're from the same household and they can sit together, and all the other cleaning and windows down and having hand sanitizer and all those steps. We talked about that, but those numbers on a bus are really important, and so routes will be tweaked. Different buses may be serving different communities. But once a bus is full, we really can't just say, oh, hop on that bus, it's coming right by your house. We have to replan that route or send another route overlapping that has enough room on it. So we're putting the call out. We have some real urgency to find that out. So we'll be finishing that planning up very soon.
Dr. Dewis, you said approximately 9% response rate thus far. I assume that, they have been contacted, families have been contacted through various means. What's the plan to get to the last 10%?
Well, we're going to continue to call tomorrow. We're trying to call every number we've got on file. We're trying to call workplaces, whatever it takes, just to try to figure it out. One approach we could take is just to assume they're going to ride a bus and make a place for them on the bus. I hope we have room to do that. I think we may. That's not going to be a very efficient system if in fact they're not going to ride a bus, but it'll have a contingency there for us, I guess. And I think we're just going to ask for patience if folks do come to us later and say, oh, I'm going to need a bus or I need to change something. We will do that. It may take us, we're not going to be as nimble as we've been able to be in the past just because of the limitations on how many kids we can fit on. So we certainly will address all of those needs as they come up as we can. But yes, we're going to, schools have really been great. Secretaries and teachers who know those families have been doing the calling, and so they're doing a good job with that. Are there any questions about transportation?
Yeah, Mr. Hill.
So, Dr. Dewis, of the 9279, what percentage are going to ride the bus?
I don't have that information right in front of me, but
Okay.
I can try to add that information to
Okay, that would be great.
email.
And then the other question I would have is, after parents found out that we were like having different start times where they had agreed that they would bring them by car, I know some feedback was, well, now I have to kind of look at that again. So I'm interested in, did that change drive the number way up or significantly where, it puts us in a bind as far as transportation? So,
Well, and you may remember, we did two different, we did a survey and then we did an actual form. So
Okay.
the survey had a general question, would you be willing to drive? And 60%, said yes. By the time it came down to making that decision on the form, we put those start times out with that, parallel. So people did have that information. And we did have a number of folks change their mind on the form. So we've had some people go in there again and again to say, wait a minute, I thought I could drive, now I can't. So it did drive the bus rider numbers up some. I would say a moderate amount. It was not, I don't think it's anything that will stress our system.
but in no way have we denied or said, sorry, you can't change your mind. I mean, it's...
We haven't to this point.
Okay.
We are getting to the point though now where if we can't, after, we're really targeting tomorrow as a hard deadline, saying that of course we'll try to accommodate and eventually we'll make sure a bus is available, but it may not necessarily be on the first day of school. So we're asking for their patience on that if they haven't already told us what they're doing.
I've got a question. How many students can fit safely on a standard size bus?
We're targeting the number of 21, which puts one per seat, and we're going to have seats marked with trying to stagger so they can maximize the distance. We do know that kids from the same household may be able to sit together, so that number may go up some based on that. But those are over 70 passenger buses, so it's a fraction of what they're designed for.
And students will be wearing masks on the bus?
They will. That's a requirement, and as well as have our windows down whenever it's dry enough to do it and warm enough to do it, and that'll be welcome in the summer heat for sure. But we'll also have hand sanitizer available for when they get on and off.
Mr. Chairman, a
question, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Duas, in terms of PPE on the bus with the bus drivers, what's expected of them in terms of cleaning?
In terms of cleaning?
Mm-hmm.
Bus drivers will be, of course, wearing their own face
Right.
coverings. They will be cleaning buses between their routes. So if they drop off an elementary group and then they go to get a group going to the middle school, they'll pull up, they'll spray seats down, and they will clean them between those routes. And we're providing all the equipment for that.
Okay. Do you have any difficulties getting a good supply of cleaning material? I know that
It is really
Clorox
challenging.
is
It
kind of
is
challenging.
challenging. Some of the things that we'd like to have, like Lysol spray or Lysol wipes, those just aren't available. But we have, and I'll address some other cleaning areas in a little bit, but we have been able to find some alcohol wipes that don't require gloves, for example, and that we can provide for classrooms. But I think the drivers have a system where they're going to spray, let it sit for a few minutes, as recommended, come back, wipe it down, and we'll be ready.
So will there be any temperature checks of the students once they get on the bus? Will bus drivers be taking their temperatures?
We're not asking
No.
bus drivers to take temperatures.
Okay. Just to wear their masks, the students
Right,
are
everyone wear their
required-
masks, clean their hands, and then cleaning down after they leave, and keep the windows down, keep the air moving.
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
are we supplying masks for our bus drivers?
We have bought masks if they're not wearing their own cloth masks. I think some people are preferring, to have their own, but we certainly have supplies if not.
Thank you.
Dr. Dewis, if I'm a kid getting on the bus on the first day, what is that going to look like? Like, how am I going to know where to sit, where not to sit, what to do when I get on the bus?
That's a good thing, and like always, we're going to say, listen to the drivers, right? That's a hard job with a back to the group, right? Going down the road. Drivers are going to ask them to enter the bus with the mask on, to clean their hands, and to then proceed to the back of the bus first. So seat from the back so they don't have to pass other people down the road, squeeze by them. And we'll explain all of that. We'll also put out some information in a variety of forms beforehand to make sure that everyone knows the drill on that.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, loading in the morning could take a little longer than normal, so drivers need to be even more aware and patient with buses, especially for the first few weeks.
Drivers on the road.
Drivers on the road, yes.
Cars who may see flashing lights and stop signs, absolutely. That's a great public service announcement going into any school year, but especially this one, when there will be those safety measures taken.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Dr. Dewis, I think that's a really important point. How are we letting the community know that that is going to be probably not a possibility, but a reality? Can we do public service messages, or how are we getting out to the greater community?
We will get, of course, our messages about how buses work out. We do partner with the sheriff's office every fall to use their means of communication, as well as take advantage of their very generous giving of time to be in school zones, to be very visible out there, as a presence on the road.
Is there any way, though, I don't have any kids in school, I'm on my way to work, this bus is taking forever, is there any way to let community members know, not necessarily school stakeholders, but community members know that, this is likely going to take some time, more time than usual, because I'm concerned that you're going to have some frustrated, possibly angry people not understanding why these buses are taking the time. Last year they just got on, it was like 2 seconds, now it's 5 minutes.
What about contacting, this is going to be a problem common throughout TV viewing areas for the 7, 10, and 13. Why not hit them up for a PSA commercial? I don't see why they wouldn't be open to doing that. I think Mr. Edwards might have a contact or two.
I think that's certainly something we can do. They have been very, in fact, many times they've generated that.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not, this is not going to be an issue or a concern that's specific to Bedford County.
Right.
It's going to be
Absolutely.
throughout the entire viewing area.
I will just add this about buses. Stops may take a moment longer if seating is more careful. Buses will be also making fewer stops each, so that because we're now staggering into 3 runs instead of 2, and we only have maybe 20 to 25 or 30 on a bus. So, that will help some, in those frustrating situations. But we'll do what we can to do that. That's a good point.
Thank you. I think that would help our community, our greater community.
Absolutely. Right. In the area of nutrition, our nutrition staff has set a high bar. They've done a great job in many models of feeding our kids and families since March. As they wrapped up the summer feeding program last week and are planning for this year, at the current time, if there are no other changes to federal law, which there could be as part of a COVID response effort, but not at this point. The kind of traditional feeding rules kick back in again going into the school year. And what that means is, in the summer we were working under summer feeding rules, which means that really anyone up to age 18 could come get a meal at free of charge. We could deliver those. There were waivers to being on site and all sorts of flexibility. And we just got reimbursed at a flat rate per meal, coming back in. And that was very easy to keep track of. It was really streamlined the paperwork. Required no meal applications for free or reduced prices. We go back into the mode where families will need to apply for meal benefits to receive free or reduced price meals. So regardless, I'll just say this up front, regardless of how they get a meal, they'll need to pay for it in the appropriate manner if they don't qualify for free meals. Putting money on the accounts, all the same ways that families have always done that. We, of course, are planning to feed all the kids who are on site if they need meals in all of our schools. In our 7 to 12 schools, in our high schools, we will also make meals available for days they're not on site. So we'll allow them to take meals home on a Monday to cover Tuesday and most Wednesdays, Wednesdays that aren't instructional Wednesdays. We also will have meal service for our 100% remote students who will be able to come to their base school, the school that they would be assigned to, and where they would have gone had they not made that option, and pick up meals every day in a window of time around lunchtime, a lunch and then a breakfast for the next day. And again, at this point, those price points would apply. Couple of other things I'll just say about meal pricing. We want to encourage all our families to use our online meal application if they can. It's very efficient and quick, and it's already posted, and many families have already used it. We've got information going home soon from schools on that. We also have paper applications available in every school and invite people to use that if they need to, and we'll be accepting that. Prices will be the same as last year for the first 30 days until we get all that processed. The other thing I'll say too is that we are hoping to expand the number of schools who are considered community eligibility schools. So where we've had 2 school sites now, we hope to take that to 6. And we are exploring the ramifications of our grade reconfigurations to see if they can't even stretch a little further, where kids may have been at a school and then now are at another school who wouldn't have qualified, but we're still working that out with the DOE about what's available there. But we think that's terrific when a whole community can apply and get a higher reimbursement rate per meal without having to do all of the regulation related to the meal application. Are there any questions about nutrition?
Can you describe what lunch is going to look like? It'll be box lunches going to classrooms, or how does that work?
Well, each school cafeteria manager and principal are kind of working out how to get meals delivered. I think in most cases, kids will come through a meal line, just like they might at a restaurant. We're going to have distancing marked off, and we're going to have other safety measures in place. We won't have food just out in the open like we normally do to display and see. There will be options when coming through the line, an offer versus serve model. But they will be boxed or packaged in some way so that they can take a whole package that's covered and contained with them. And whether they eat in the cafeteria, which in some instances there may be some of that with maybe our littlest kids who we don't want carrying a meal down the hall, or in their room or another location where they may be eating in a distanced way. That's, it'll be packaged that way. So, and of course the meals picked up curbside or taken home will also be, bagged or packaged that way.
Yes. So I heard some concerns from parents just about how lunch meals would be purchased. Like, will kids need to touch anything in the cafeteria to access their account, or will they just kind of be given their lunch, and how would that work?
Good question. I haven't run down every single safety measure, but food will be packaged, so they won't be touching a lot of food items along the way. And one other touch point has been this keypad where you punch in your code and meals or accounts are accessed that way. We've gone to a barcode technology in all of our cafeterias now, so we won't ask students to bring an ID or anything like that, keep up with that, but we will have by group, it comes through a page with those barcodes, and so the manager can scan it. Kids won't have to touch a button, wipe it down, any of that. So going as touchless in there as we can.
Because that was a concern I heard about the keypad, so that's good to know.
Understood.
The child is not going to have to touch anything that other children have touched before.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Minimizing that. Okay, one thing.
Ms. Carter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
And there will be no restrictions for kids that are bringing, other than the normal guidelines, but for the children that will be bringing their lunches from home.
That's right. They will do that. And of course, in our high schools, if they do that and still want to take meals home for other days, what we're going to ask is they come through the line and tell us, hey, I'd like a meal for tomorrow, so that could be prepared and made for them to take home that afternoon. But other than that, there would be no need for them to come through a line. They may travel to the restroom to wash their hands or to take hand sanitizer at that time, but no real changes for that.
One more question. In the middle school and high school where the students eat more independently than staying right with their classrooms. And I know Liberty Middle School has the courtyard. Are there more outside options available for them to be able to go outside and eat lunch?
Some schools may have some outside options, and I don't know the answer as to whether, to what extent those are being planned to be used. I do know that when eating is taking place, it won't be in a wide open kind of sit with whomever you like kind of flexible atmosphere. It'll be still pretty much contained in those groups for the most part. So, I really like thinking about those outside options, not just for meals, but for any classroom experience if we've got them. And then you're right, in some schools we do have nice courtyards or other outdoor classrooms that could be used. I don't know the extent that they're being planned for.
But if the elementary level will be, and am I correct in my understanding that the elementary level will be eating lunch in the classroom?
I think for the most part that's true, yes.
So the teacher could actually take the kids outside for a picnic, possibly?
I would think they could, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep. It will be good to find opportunities to stretch legs and get out of, contained areas when safe and possible, that's for sure.
And the fresh air will definitely help.
That's right. Right. I will address some issues of one bonus area that Dr. Shook didn't mention, but I thought I would just very quickly touch on is our broadband efforts. Just this week, Blue Ridge Towers, 4 of them are open for business, and they're installing equipment in people's homes who have put themselves on their waiting list. Big Island, Boonesboro, and Montvale communities, those towers were the first finished, and so they're moving forward. I understand that next week, starting Tuesday, another tower each day is going to open in another part of the county. So we are, while not endorsing any particular company, we're trying to work with all of our providers to find affordable rate plans and get families information to help them. We will inform our families of this new service. The county's invested a lot in that broadband initiative, and it's going to bring service to parts of the county that have never had it before. We're also working to, whether that's potentially with any county CARES Act money or through private contributions through a couple of nonprofits we're talking to, seeing if we can develop some assistance for families who may have a hard time with the upfront fees that some of the providers for equipment installation charge when they may not have the cash to do that. A monthly plan may be doable, but those upfront fees sometimes set them back. So we're going to keep helping with that and trying to work on that kind of plan.
Mr. Chairman, before Dr. Lewis goes on, I have a question for you regarding, you mentioned that you were going to notify the parents of the new broadband service. So can you just elaborate as to what means and how you guys are going to do that?
And we may find other ways to do it. This afternoon, I sent an email, an app push out to Montvale, Boonesboro, Big Island, Liberty Middle, Liberty High School, Forest Middle, Jefferson Forest High School, because they all cover those localities with that information. A web page and a phone number, and also my information to contact back if they had any questions. So that's first effort. Stephanie Coleman in our office and I and others too, the 2 of us primarily have, we've sent out, talked to every family in our Bedford Connects program to determine their status as it comes to what they're able to have access to, and followed up with those that we can already have information for. And then that form we sent out had tons of information from every family about the reliability of their internet. So we have a lot of data on that. We've sent some letters to over 50 families who were already in a service area, we think, possibly through Shintel or B2X or Comcast, Xfinity, or BriskNet. So we're talking on the phone with those families we know about. We're mailing some things. We've done that blast, so we'll do it every way we can.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, last area I'd just like to talk a little bit about is cleaning and those kinds of safety protocols. We've gotten sprayers out to all of our elementary schools so that their recess equipment can be cleaned, disinfected daily at a time that makes sense based on usage. We've gotten our schools, I think they've come in, if they haven't, they will soon, aerosol sprayers, so when they need a special, really kind of deeper clean, if we get to that point, then these are machines that kind of even work up underneath surfaces and really cover whole areas. We've been able to find some alcohol-based classroom wipes, which are nice because that will allow teachers and other staff in classrooms to wipe down surfaces during the day. Our custodians, of course, will disinfect those daily. We've gotten some extra masks on hand, some of them even little ones, I understand, so that when we have those for anyone who needs them. Our bus sprayers we mentioned earlier. We've also solicited some quotes, and we'll probably next week really dive into analyzing that and getting down to getting this done with companies who can mow for us. This is an idea that the board had discussed several years ago as a possibility. It was even recommended in our efficiency study years ago as a way to allow our custodians to have the proper amount of time to do the important work that they do inside the buildings. And so we're very hopeful that the several quotes we've gotten can be divvied out over the whole county, and that we can get some mowing crews in place for the remainder of the fall, and to free up that time that custodians spend hours a week on mowing. We just think that's money well spent. Our custodians will be doing bathroom services more often. They'll be doing high-touch services more often, and so that's crucially important work, and we want to try to give them a little more time to do that. So those deals aren't finalized, but we got a lot of information coming back, and companies were preparing their quotes, and so next week we ought to dive into that in a little more serious way.
So are contractors bidding individual schools, or are they bidding the entire division?
They can tell us if they want individual schools. We really packaged it more as a zone.
Okay.
So could you cover the Liberty Zone schools? It doesn't have to end up like that, but that was one way we approached it, and so that's the way I think most are looking at it. So we may have several different companies out there doing this work if one or two couldn't bite off more of that, just due to their own staff.
Go ahead, please.
And ultimately, though, didn't the efficiency review several years ago say that the mowing crews or grounds maintenance should be by zone?
I think they did. They talked a lot about finding efficient ways by zone to do that and other functions. That's right.
Mr. Chairman, will it just include mowing? I'm kind of thinking about the winter and
Good point.
snow.
Yeah, we hope, gosh, it feels like on these days, we got a long time till that. But
I
anyway,
know.
It was just March, there wasn't it?
That's
So
true.
I think that's a good point, that we could look at this going into the winter season as well. Some of these companies do both, just so they can stay busy all
Right,
all
so
year.
they're fully engaged year-round.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of the folks that do the landscaping during the summer and fall, they do snow removal during winter.
Yeah, so I think that's a great idea, and I think that's certainly something, as we get into the fall, we can look at for winter time. Because you're right, that takes, some seasons as much time as cleaning, as mowing, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Dr. Dewey, since you're talking about cleaning, is there any way to begin meeting with our custodians so that you can hear what they have to say? They may have ideas that you all have not thought of, and I just think it's respectful to bring them into this conversation. If the board, agrees with that.
I do.
Well, they ought to be, the principals ought to be including them in any discussions on, sanitizing their buildings. That's just a no-brainer.
And Mr. Chairman, I also think they need to be included in your discussions. I'm a little distressed that they said, no one's talking to us when they're right down there at, that level. So, was there any reason they weren't included in these discussions, or was it just an oversight?
If you're referring to Mr. Carson's comments, he hasn't spoken to me about that, so I'm not sure exactly what he's referring to, but I know that our maintenance department has communications with each building staff as they deliver supplies and talk with them, and when it has been feasible, they meet annually. I don't know in this year with distancing and all that going on how that happened. Of course, we can do that.
Yeah, I think moving forward, we're going to include them. Next.
Those were the main updating points on cleaning, unless there are other questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When Mr. Carson spoke, he said that they would like an additional, or a day to be able, without the teachers there, to get it ready. What is the feasibility of that happening for them?
Well, there's a lot to get ready. Certainly our buildings and facilities are part of that for sure. So it's online curriculum and training and many other things. So I don't know the answer to that. I think certainly that's, I would hope that in any building, planning could go on to make sure that portions that need cleaning beyond what can happen when people are in and out can get marked off. I know that happens when floors get waxed and we mark off parts of buildings. if more of that gets done, I'm certain that principals can manage that within their buildings. I don't know. Again, he hasn't spoken with me about that, so I'm not sure what specifically in his building that may be needed, but I would hope he and Ms. Halter and Ms. Peastrack could work that out. But I think certainly we need to make sure our facilities are clean and ready, no question.
I do, Mr. Leamy. Dr. Lewis, you're kind of speaking to PPE in some sense. I'd like to just kind of go back to the bus drivers where you mentioned that they're going to be the students will wear masks. And I'm certainly pleased to hear that. I'm also just curious if there's been any further discussion by your team in terms of having digital thermometers available. Have you purchased any additional ones for our schools?
I don't know. Have we purchased additional thermometers?
We did purchase additional thermometers for the clinics.
For the clinics.
Yeah, I'm away from the microphone doesn't pick it up.
We did purchase additional thermometers for the clinics.
Okay. I am very concerned, along with a number of other individuals, both teachers, staff members, and even parents. I've heard from a number of parents regarding our students not being required to wear a mask. And I certainly know that everyone has their own belief and their stance on that. But temperature checks to me is something of great importance. And to rely on our parents, which I think that's what our plan is to allow the parents to check their child's temperature and then I guess report that to the teachers. Is that the understanding? That will they send a form? Will a form be sent home for the
No,
parent?
that has not been established.
It hasn't been?
No, they will receive a screening questionnaire that identifies what symptoms they should be considering in the decision-making process. And they'll receive information that one of those would be a fever of 100.0.
And so the expectation is that the parents will send that back to the school with their child?
No, that's not an expectation. It's going to be the same procedure daily. So it's just those reminders of things that they work through their checklist.
I think the expectation will be if they have that fever that the kid doesn't come to school.
Well, I guess where I'm, and other parents as well, are concerned about parents actually communicating and taking the child's temperature. And if we don't have that safeguard in place, then we run the risk of potentially a child coming with a high temperature and maybe infecting other members of that school community within the classroom. I know that other divisions around us are certainly taking temperatures. They have built in their plan a system in place where temperatures are being checked. I think it's very important that as a board we reconsider our plan and that our plan should include temperature checks. I believe that there's staff available and willing, based on information that I've heard from so many, that would be more than willing to stand at the door and when the children get off the bus, and take the students' temperature to ensure the safety. I'm just wondering, has there been any further discussion, or are we pretty much set on the fact that we're just going to have our parents complete this document that we sent home, or provide that document to the parents, and that's kind of the end all?
Well, the most recent discussion that we had as a team was really when the Centers for Disease Control updated their guidance for schools on July 23rd, which specifically indicated that they were not recommending universal screening for students. That statement was supported by the American Academy of Pediatrics, who indicated
that they felt that schools should balance temperature testing against the likely time it would take away from instruction and the high likelihood of false negatives. So the American Academy of Pediatrics also asked that parents do the temperature screenings in the home setting. And so that current guidance, along with CDC, had us just review what we had adapted with our procedures and affirmed for us that we were supported by the medical advisement on this issue.
And that was in July?
It was July 23rd was the update from the Centers for Disease Control.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I feel the very same way that Ms. Harrison does, and I've gotten so many concerns from parents. There are parents right now who are listening to this who have said to me, I'm going to decide whether my children are coming back to Bedford County Schools based on this, meaning, we may send them to a private school. The temperature checks that Ms. Harrison's talking about, what I've read in the CDC and from the Virginia Department of Health says if you want to have parents doing that at home, and can I say I have had dozens of emails from parents who say, look, what are you going to do with those parents who don't check their kids' temperature or check it and give them a Tylenol and send them to school? They're very worried about that. But the Virginia Department of Health says that we need to have some sort of reporting system, that we should consider a reporting system if we're going to do that. And they suggest an app, they suggest a form. I just think that's like really is going to be almost undoable, not doable. It also says in their frequently asked questions, what should be done with students who do not have their daily health screening filled out or received by the school? And they're very adamant that then the school needs to do that.
I think we have indicated that if a parent communicated they were unable to complete the screening questionnaire for any reason with the child, my thermometer broke this morning, that would be, if they communicated that to the school, we would immediately support that. But I think the guidance from CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics really emphasized that the likelihood of excluding students from essential educational experiences was a primary consideration in ensuring that parents address these concerns in the home setting before they arrive at school. And we can't manage, once that student arrives, reversing the student's arrival if they simply don't provide a document.
Well, I
to us.
agree there. I'm just saying
Okay.
that I know Ms. Harrison asked at the last meeting, have we asked the teachers how they feel about taking temperatures? Have we done that?
Well, I'm going to be honest, we had many teachers participating in these task forces that were developing the plans. What we recognize and what we have communicated to the teachers that have asked us those questions is that the likelihood of false negatives with thermal read thermometers will create a backlog of students. If we are going to have to address temperature checks for every student, we cannot have student arrivals in any semblance of the same time. That could be done in conditions where the ambient temperature would influence the readings. And when we have those false negatives, which the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics says we will have, where are those students going to congregate and be distanced in a school that's already at capacity while we wait to recheck and have now a clinic that is overwhelmed by false negatives and perhaps potentially exposing children who are waiting for a recheck to being in a clinic where there may be an ill child. So we've really thought through a lot of the logistics and came to the decision that we felt was most appropriate for the needs of all the students on the campus and the staff on the campus. It's not, did we ever question a willingness of teachers to take temperatures. It's the accuracy of that, the potential exclusion of students from educational experiences, the potential for congregation and reducing social distancing, physical distancing at a time when our buildings are at max capacity, and the fact that we can't logistically have students enter the building in the hundreds that we have in many of our buildings with some simultaneous process for temperature checks.
Well, I think what I'm hearing very clearly from parents is that, there are 5 or 6, depending on who you read, intervention mitigation strategies. And certainly the CDC and the Virginia Department say, we should have multiple strategies, which we do. But I think parents are very concerned that there's no temperature checks and there's no masks.
And every time you take away one of those layers, you potentially increase the risk of someone becoming infected. So parents are very concerned that the two things that they see as important, very important actually, are this county isn't doing. And when you talk about social distancing, you know, I still have to see that happen, because when you have car riders arriving or you're going back and forth, it's just natural, I will say, at least in an elementary school, that's going to be very, very difficult. So parents are saying, you know, that's going to be difficult, especially for the little ones. And yet we're not even wearing a mask, you know, we're not requiring people to wear masks. And that's, I just have so many parents who are calling. Now I understand in transitions you want them to wear masks, you know, but you're encouraging them. I mean, parents are just very concerned at this point.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Did we change plans, or do we not have two options for school? 100% virtual if you want to keep your kids at home, and then also come to school?
Yeah.
So if parents are not comfortable sending your kids to school, we're giving them an option to be educated, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that hasn't changed.
If I could add, I'm not discounting the families that you've heard from, Dr. Mealy. We appreciate hearing that. We have not heard that volume to us, and I think one of the reasons is the point that Mr. Hill is making. Good, bad, or indifferent, the tenets of this plan were highly publicized. And based on that, families have made decisions. And I believe perhaps that's one of the reasons why the numbers are so high in the remote. So I just wanted to make that point.
Well, and I understand what Mr. Hill is saying, but I think
Dr. Mealy, please run it through the chair.
I'm sorry. I thought since he addressed it to me, but okay, I'm sorry. I think that if, you know, parents want to send their kids to school, they're just looking to try to understand why, as the maximum safety, maximum amount of mitigation, intervention mitigation strategies are not being implemented. Because again, every time we do that, every time we take away one layer, that just increases the risk, and not just to the children, but to our staff.
I would just like to clarify that we've not restricted any student's desire to use a face covering. If a student and a family wishes to pursue that, that's certainly the family's option. We wouldn't restrict a student from wearing a face covering of their choice in a classroom setting. That's a family option. So to indicate that we are not having students do that, any family that makes that choice and wishes us to reinforce that behavior with their student will certainly do that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
I have a question for Dr. Dewis. As I heard you talk about safety and cleaning, that's a lot of chemicals that we're spraying for our students and our staff to breathe in. Are there any studies that show the harm of those chemicals being breathed in versus this virus that, by the way, has a 99.9% survival rate, how those two compare? So are we doing more harm to our staff and students spraying all of these chemicals versus trying to protect them physically from this virus?
Well, I don't know of studies comparing the two. I do know that we also had concerns, say, if we were going to use the typical disinfecting spray that our custodians use when they have gloves on and that sort of thing. During the day, you know, when students were in and out of a classroom, we think that's more appropriately done when they're not there after hours. That's why we're really happy to get those, you know, for example, those alcohol wipes that are safer and have different, you know, chemicals and not that same disinfectant in them. Yeah, we try to watch that. It's true. We'll have surfaces with more chemicals on them through the day.
Mr. Chairman, one other question, and Ms. Robertson may have to come up to answer this. There was mention, if I understood you correctly, that that where the students will, if we were to do temperature checks, that your concern, and please correct me if I'm wrong in my interpretation, that there would be difficulties and potentially such a huge backup of students if they're identified as having a temperature, and we know that sometimes the readings aren't as accurate, perhaps, then where would we put those students? There could be like a bottleneck. Did I understand you kind of correctly with painting that scenario?
That's one of the concerns.
Right. And so I guess that for me, that it's so important for us to plan for the worst, but hope for the best. And I think in this case, that when it comes to the wearing of masks, the taking of the temperatures in particular, you know, we may find ourselves, and God forbid that we do, but we may find ourselves with a significant number of students who may become ill or have temperatures, and we may find that there will be that bottleneck. I know even when we didn't have this crisis, there would be times in my little school where we had a number of children who became sick, and we would have a bottleneck of quite a few kids, particularly during the flu season. And so there was always that risk that we ran of having, you know, where are we going to put little Johnny until mommy comes? You know, we'd have a significant number. So while I hear what you're saying, I think that it's extremely important that we reconsider our plans and that we allow for temperature checks, and we also allow for students to wear their mask. And you did say that masks are certainly allowed, and I'm glad that we have that in place. I don't know whether you all realize this or not, but you have teachers who literally have purchased thermometers. Are you aware of that?
These teachers aren't communicating with me, so
Okay.
no.
Well, perhaps maybe Dr. Woodford may be aware of it then. She's our Chief Learning Officer.
No teachers have communicated that they're buying thermometers
Yeah.
or
Well,
to take temperature.
I know that there are some teachers who have done this. And so out of fear, out of a concern for their safety and the safety of the students as well. So, Mr. Chairman, I certainly have heard what everyone has said here, but I'd like to make a motion that,
What are you trying to accomplish, Ms. Hairston?
well, what I'm trying to accomplish is that we take this very seriously, which I'm not saying that we're not, but I think it's so important that we put this safeguard in place. Other divisions have done it. We know that there is an increase in COVID cases. I've had several parents in District 5 who are on the border of Lynchburg. They live right on the edge of Lynchburg, but they're Bedford County students and families. And they have personally reached out to me, and they've said that they are concerned. And
Okay,
so,
here's where we are on the agenda. This is an informational item. This is to provide information to the board. This item is not intended to take any action.
so I cannot make a motion that we consider making those changes and adding?
No, ma'am.
I cannot.
No.
Well, I'm going to probably have to have you educate me then on the Robert's rules when it comes to
I think we
making,
need, I think.
when it comes to
we
making that
probably need-
motion.
I think we probably need to have a retreat, a board retreat,
Yeah.
and cover Robert's rules. So,
Well, particularly when it comes to the motion aspect of it, I certainly think that knowing, it's my understanding that I certainly could make that motion, but nevertheless, I've made my statement, my concern. I know that the parents are very, very concerned about it, and I think as a board, it's very important that we consider these concerns of our community and our parents and teachers.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I want to say I totally agree with Ms. Harrison. You know, Dr. Shook said, you know, it pulls between being in school and the safety and health of our students. It pulls at each other. And see, I don't think there's anything at all that trumps this health and safety of our students. We play a critical role in the community, so yes, it's necessary that we be in school, but we have to do that ensuring the health and safety of our students and doing that safely. And I just think that when you remove the temperature checks and the masks, again, I would say the social distancing issue is, you know, I think that's going to be extraordinarily difficult.
Okay. Yeah, I think you've made yourself very clear, Dr. Mealy, on where you stand.
Can we come to a consensus about that, Mr. Chairman? If we can't make a motion, can there be a consensus?
What we're going to discuss later on, I'm sure as part of this, as the necessity to meet outside of normal scheduled meetings. So if there are concerns like this that can be addressed in a COVID-specific meeting, then we can certainly look at doing that. And that's part of, I think we'll get to that point if we can proceed with the rest of the presentation.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I've talked to a bunch of teachers as well, and they seem to be rather split on the mask issue. I hear that some are very adamant that, yes, we want masks to be required in classes. Others seem to be more mask neutral, maybe for lack of a better term. But one of the comments that kept coming up is, would it be possible for us to require masks for small group activities or exercises? So we could still do partner activities, or we could still do small group activities. And if you're going to be in those close quarters, closer than 6 feet certainly, then yes, you would need to put on your mask, just like you might need to wear tennis shoes if you're going to be on the gym floor or something like that. But maybe with the understanding that you may not need to wear the mask all day. There are mask times and non-mask times. Just wondering what our public health officials are saying about that, and if that would be an acceptable, perhaps, third way in this discussion.
I think the kinds of things that you're talking about are exactly what's encouraged in the current plan, that mask use is encouraged when social distancing can't take place in those kinds of activities, in common spaces, in course, and required on the bus. Just this week, I spoke again with our regional health director, and I think the superintendents are scheduled to meet again next week, if I'm not mistaken, with him. You know, I reminded him, you may remember, we had a meeting about 3 weeks ago as well. I reminded him of the key parts of our plan, and he, I asked if there were any parts that needed review, you know, because Lynchburg had just announced some major drastic steps, and we've heard that from other districts around the state. He declined to do that. He deferred to the collective local decision-making authority. He did remind me in this conversation that the increases that we see today are based on behavior that happened 2 weeks ago generally. He, of course, they're swamped with the increases in the Lynchburg area. They know that is directly tied to the beginning of the Phase 3 July vacation Commonwealth Games season, loosening and relaxing of the population. I think as we've seen corporations tighten up on their mask requirements, major large firms that now require it, sometimes even checking at the door and refusing admittance. We're even seeing leading politicians begin to wear masks when they haven't necessarily before. You know, I think our encouragement and our discussions and open and honest teaching of kids and of awareness with families will make a big difference. We're seeing widespread, you know, in the few schools that I've visited just over these couple of days, I've seen every staff member at least have one, you know, right there and use them when they're close. So I think that will be effective. We are having that regular conversation with the health department, and we'll continue to do so. keeping in mind that the better behavior we have today, the better results we'll have in a couple of weeks, so we can keep beating that drum among adults and families, including our kids.
So
I think it will make a big difference.
what I'm hearing you say, I think, is that it would be perfectly acceptable for teachers to say, okay, you three are going to work together, put your masks on for this assignment. Or we strongly encourage you to put your masks on for this assignment.
I think that's what our plan says. Right, and Beth, you can certainly speak to that.
I do just want, I do just want to speak to one element from kind of the nursing perspective. I think we want to think about just the hygiene of the mask itself. Every time you touch the covering of the face, you're rendering this face covering a little less effective. And so I think we would want to communicate with those teachers who are interested that having children, stuff a mask in their pocket and take it on and off frequently, it is really limiting the effectiveness of that face covering. So if we have teachers that wanted to conduct those small group opportunities, I would encourage them to work with their just school supplies and make sure they have disposable masks that can be donned and doffed and then discarded in a lined trash can, because the constant handling of masks on and off just poses an increased health risk. So I want to use that opportunity to say children need to have those that can be easily lifted. I noticed like the gaiters that Ms. Kirby's wearing, or they handle them not from the covering area but from the ear flaps. And we're trying to communicate. The nurses will actually be communicating and doing some training with students on donning and doffing of face masks, but I think that would be important to think about with the on and off frequently in the day.
And we will be supplying those for the school, so they have a stock on hand.
We've got a starting stock, yes, sir. We've got what we can get our hands on.
Dr. Hicks?
Is there an age or grade at which the wearing of mask is less efficient? Like, could we, instead of encourage, could we require masks for grades 4 through 7? I'm sorry, 4 through 12, where the students are more responsible and are more capable of keeping them on and without getting them dirty or
Sure.
what you were saying?
Again, I think the individual student behavior and the ability to kind of regulate that is certainly going to increase with age, to the extent that the division would respond to specific requirements for that. I think that communication would come from this board. That hasn't been our division's recommendation, but if that is certainly something that the board wishes for us to include as part of the plan, I'll let Dr. Shook speak to that.
And if I could, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but the plan that we communicated had the encouragement of the face coverings, and certainly there are districts that have made it a requirement. I went back and read that CDC guidance, the most recent one that Ms. Robertson referenced, and it really talks about school being kind of a unique setting, and it talks about some of the negative consequences of making it required. You're going to have some parents who don't wish to follow it, and we have to decide, are we then not admitting those kids to our schools? We haven't said that before, and so it may change our numbers for the remote to be even a greater percentage. And so I guess I would say the other piece of that is what Ms. Robertson just spoke to, is that there is some question with younger children about the effectiveness of it. And I don't want to say anything wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong. But this is just one of many mitigation strategies. I think Dr. Mealy said that as well. And our main strategy is limiting the mixing. And so our goal as a district is not to think that through any mechanism we could possibly prevent COVID-19 from ever entering our schools. I think with the number of students and staff that we employ, we will have positive cases. And our strategy is to mitigate the impact on that on schools and communities. And our program does that very effectively. Our nurses have all been trained as contact tracers. I'm finding that hasn't been done in a lot of other places. And so we have a much better ability to deal with that when it does enter and not have to shut down entire schools just because we have a single case that we can then isolate and contact trace. But I just think it's important to understand that there still need to be educational processes that take place. And so going back to that tug of war, I believe personally that children working in groups is essential to in-person instruction. I think that's probably one of the reasons why parents send them to us. And so what we're trying to do is teach our children the proper use, not just of face coverings, but of proper hand washing and hygiene and physical distancing and all these things that we wish we didn't have to teach them in this moment that we're all kind of learning, and try to work with the parents to support them in doing that. And so I guess when I hear requirement, I think back to the days when we used to ban cell phones. And high school teachers and administrators will tell you they spend a disproportionate amount of their time on cell phone violations. And eventually we got to the place where we said, wait a minute, every parent practically is buying a cell phone for their kid who can afford it. And so maybe we should teach proper use of cell phones. I also don't have to remind you all, because I think you've all lived it with us in this community, the number of young people that we've tragically lost to car accidents. Yet our response to that is not to prevent them from driving to school. Just the opposite. We try to educate them because we know when they get behind that wheel, it's what we've taught them and instilled in them, not what we said you can or can't do, that ultimately, whether we're talking about seatbelt use or those things. So again, districts are in different places with this, and we'll respect wherever this board ultimately would direct us in this. But I think our group's overall philosophy around these mitigation strategies is more one of training staff, training young people, informing parents, and asking them, if you're going to send your kid to school, which about 25% of them haven't said they're going to do that, they're going to do the remote, then we ask you to come and help us make the school safe. So that's maybe a little soapbox, and I apologize, but I just think it's important that I don't think it's as black and white as perhaps a simple temperature check requirement or a mask requirement is going to fix. We don't even know if those things will make it ultimately safer, and I think you've heard from Ms. Robertson that the science is still out on that, and some of the leading medical associations are supporting the approach that we're taking.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Dr. Hicks, I agree with you, and as far as training goes for everyone, then, maybe a compromise would be that we wear masks until all that training has taken place. Because we do know from the scientific evidence that children can be asymptomatic, and when adults can be too, that when children come in contact with one another, which is going to be very difficult to stop in a school setting without lots and lots of training, then they could easily infect someone else, go home, infect their families, people who may be, having other underlying health conditions. I just think it's imperative that we as a division do everything we possibly can, not some, but everything we can to protect our children and our community and our staff.
Dr. Dewis, you have anything else?
I don't, unless you have other questions.
Can I ask Dr. Dawson a question?
Yes.
Listening to Mr. Carson earlier with the custodial staff, if we went through a temp agency, say Manpower, whatever they are, to hire additional custodians to go through them, since they are contract labor, would that cost be covered by the CARES Act fund?
It would be a legitimate use of CARES Act funds. Again, our initial strategy with this, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Dewis, is that sometimes it's very difficult to even find custodians and hang on to the ones that we have. And so that's why we opted for the grass cutting strategy as a way to recognize that part of the problem was not that we didn't have enough people. It's that the people that we had were being asked to do too many things. And it's probably something we should have been doing anyway, but in this moment, we felt like that was a good way to, they're our experts, and just give them more time in the building and less time out of the building.
Yeah, and that's a good start. I'm just thinking, if it comes down to the fact that we're going to need more.
Yes, we
could that be an option?
It would be, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
One quick, I promise, non-mask related question. So let's say, as a hypothetical, that we have a learner in 7th to 12th grade that their learning coach decides you may need to come in on Wednesday for some extra assistance. Would we be able to provide transportation for those individuals?
I think we're trying to get our basic system down right at this point, you know, for the beginning assigned days. It certainly would be our intent that we do all we could in those situations. We know that there will be some students assigned from the very beginning to come more than 2 days. So we'll be working on that. But I don't know exactly what that'll look like. We'll get this base down, and then we'll branch out.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to ask Ms. Boyer to come forward. And I'll preface her remarks by saying, you've gotten the numbers. The other thing I need to explain to you, and after she's done, see what maybe your thoughts are around this, is we did put, as previous speakers, I think Dr. Dewis mentioned, a deadline on selecting the remote option of it. Was it the 24th? Of July, and so we're well past that. And some people called after that time and said that they had either changed their mind or they hadn't selected yet. And up until this week, we have been trying to accommodate those requests as much as we can. And as a team, we met on Monday, and it was pointed out that the longer we keep extending this kind of unofficial deadline, the less likely it was that we could actually open on the dates that we say we're going to open. Because what's happening is we haven't hired any new staff for Bedford Connects. We are pulling staff from our schools, and you know, the budget is better for that. So what I wanted to point out to you is, since the day that we cut this off, which I think was what, Tuesday? Tuesday morning, people have called and asked, and we have told them that we've cut it off, but we are creating a waiting list, and we are going to try to accommodate them. But the number on the waiting list as of this moment is 118 as of this afternoon. And why I'm pointing this out is, and again, for the new board members, you may know this because you've been part of the system a long time, but in a historical school year opening, we reach a point about this point of the year with our school-based staff, teachers primarily, we kind of lock it down. And we say, even if your numbers fluctuate between now and the start of school, we kind of need to give some certainty to our principals and our staff about that. And so what I'm saying is, if we are to try to accommodate these 118, and the number will probably grow, the only way we can do that without adding to the budget, which we're trying not to do, Mr. Hagler would want us to do that, want me to say that, would be to continue to pull staff, which will be highly disruptive to our in-person and our blended models. And so our dilemma right now is, one, we set a deadline that people are not viewing as real, so part of that's on us, but we tried to be accommodating, things are so different. But what we don't want to do is continue to accommodate later decisions by families that may impact our ability to open on the dates that we've advertised. So keep that in the back of your mind, if you would, please. And at this point, I'll let you hear about what's happening in the program itself, and then maybe we can get back to that discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Shook. While Dr. Shook was talking, I did look up the numbers. We are at 122 students on that waiting list as of this very moment. Right now, we have 2,145 students registered for Bedford Connects, and we have 57 total teaching staff. We are trying to mimic what is happening in the school buildings in terms of grades 7 through 12 being by semester, and grades K through 6 being all year, so that when our students, or if they decide to switch back in January, it's a seamless transition. So I believe that we have created the best plan as possible with the numbers that we have at this time. We have brought on student support services, so we have our own special education staff. We have our own 504 coordinator, our own SET coordinator. We have our own gifted coordinator. We have 2 instructional resource teachers being provided, and we are provided limited related arts as well. So by grade level, we have 3 kindergarten teachers, 3 first grade teachers, 4 second grade teachers, 4 third grade teachers, 4 fourth grade teachers, 4 fifth grade teachers, and 4 sixth grade teachers at this time. When you get into grades 7 through 12, it's really about their certifications and the subject areas that they are allotted to teach according to those certifications. So we have 6 math teachers, 6 English teachers, 5 science, and 5 history in grades 7 through 12. We are also servicing areas such as foreign language, health and PE, computer, and art at this time, as well as personal finance. In terms of classes like AP, chemistry, and those classes at the higher level, our students will be taught by the teachers in the base schools. We felt at this time that if we were to pull those teachers out and into Bedford Connects only, we would be limiting the amount of courses that we could offer to students at base schools, and we did not want to do that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Courses like AP, chemistry, physics, those singleton courses, we felt based on, we looked at all of our students' courses that they had signed up for, and we decided that based on the number of staff that schools had to teach those courses, that if we were to pull them over to Bedford Connects, that we would then in turn limit what the schools themselves could offer. So we tried to be very careful about that as well. Are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Calvert? You're up.
All right, prior to the start of the work week, we had 489 teachers had participated in summer training. All remaining teachers have been scheduled for this session that runs August 5th through the 18th, which is about 206. The module Creating a Virtual Learning Environment was created by the Training Task Force team. It models expectations for blended learning. It provides office hours, feedback on each activity in multiple forms, synchronous, asynchronous, face-to-face sessions. It discusses instructional planning, instructional delivery, assessing mastery within a virtual learning environment. After tomorrow afternoon, all 7 through 12 teachers will have participated in the Learning Coach training. We felt it was important for all instructional staff or instructional personnel in grades 7 through 12 to understand this, the role of the Learning Coach. So principals, assistant principals, central office staff, librarians, ITRTs, and teachers that are not assigned as learning coaches all have participated in this training. We kind of wanted to start off with everybody on the same page and everybody understanding. A second session, part 2, Tools for Learning Coaches, will be held on August 19th. And it's really been a team effort. It started with the Training Task Force team. Some of the instructional team have volunteered to help. Sherry and Melanie and Sarah Merricks and Deb Serio and Ronnie Giles and John Fry and Kathy Byzantine. Everybody's kind of come together because we really wanted to model in this appropriate and meaningful feedback, timely feedback, feedback on every single activity. And all these people have kind of jumped in to help us. it's taken many, many hours after, on the weekends, at night. I know some of them, the teachers are receiving feedback 11 and 12 o'clock at night from some of our staff. So everyone is working really diligently on this. Ms. Robertson has done a fabulous job of doing the face-to-face session. There were some Wednesdays, I think every Wednesday in July, she was doing 3 sessions a day. She should be a national trainer. She does an incredible job. All teachers are also completing Canvas K-12 first aid training, which allows teachers to become familiar with the new learning management system and gain confidence in using this platform with their students. And then new teacher orientation was held virtually on August 4th through Zoom. They were very excited to come to Bedford. It was very refreshing. They participated in virtual breakout groups, as Dr. Shook explained. They got to know their peers. They discussed why they were passionate about education. And we were very pleased to have them. It's such a wonderful group. So that's what we've been doing, if you have any questions.
Any questions, Dr. Calvert?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
So even after the school year begins, the learning coaches will still get ongoing training and coaching to help
Yes.
the year? Okay.
Yes, and there is a platform within Learning Coaches that there's kind of like a facilitator, a coach of the Learning Coaches. So they will have someone above them to kind of check on them and assist. And we will provide them. And actually, the SEL Task Force is designing modules that will come out on a blueprint canvas for them to have all the activities provided to them.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have one question. Dr. Calvert, what training, if any, has been provided to the elementary teachers regarding especially the mental health piece of children coming back to school?
They will receive, and maybe Ms. Robertson is better to answer this part of the question, but they will receive things from this SEL task force as well. We have just done the face-to-face session for coaches training with the 7 through 12.
Right, but did we do anything for elementary for that social? Because we talked about that the last couple of months, that they needed training and.
I think,
Okay. And yes, I know the learning coaches have been very vocal about their training.
So prior to the start of school, I have had a meeting with the elementary and intermediate, which middle school, and based in middle school when I say intermediate. We've already had meetings with the mental health service team representatives of those schools. And our first order of business was to really, and our teams are very excited about this, using the model from the American School Counselor Association, we have adopted the framework of mindsets and behaviors that is really the springboard for our comprehensive social emotional learning program this year. So we've created a universal and cross-division curriculum that will identify the target mindsets as well as the alignment of behaviors. We've done a crosswalk of those with the Virginia Department of Education SOL school counseling standards. So we have created the curriculum framework. We have a meeting scheduled on Monday to begin to build those activities that will be pushed out and shared with our elementary school staff to be embedded as natural activities as part of the community building of those cohorts.
No, so they're going to get activities, but are these mental health personnel going to train teachers? I mean, some of the questions that I've been asked are, what do I tell a child who is afraid because they have, they're afraid because they might get COVID, or maybe they've had a family member who's died from COVID, or the teachers really seem to be concerned about how to answer some of the questions.
Just please have them reach out to me, and I can certainly connect them with individuals at the school that can support
Okay,
that.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question. However, it's not for Mrs. Robertson. It's actually, if I may go back to the virtual school, and And of course, Dr. Shook or Mr. Hagler may be able to answer this because it has to do with funding. My question is, I'm wondering about those teachers, our virtual teachers, will they be given an allotment to purchase various just materials that they may need? And also, there are some of our programs that we have in our schools, such as Super Kids, that has, and Envision Math too, that has a just a computer-based electronic type of base to it. And will they have access and be able to use those?
Well, they're going to.
Well,
Okay.
I was
You
gonna
guys are
say,
gonna tag team.
Any of the resources we have at the school levels have been bought at the division level, will be used in the Bedford Connects program.
Okay.
And we are looking to, probably when we roll out Chromebooks, to also roll out our consumable math books that go with our online math books. And Super Kids, since you mentioned it, we have some consumable books that we are going to put with students. So, and also Basil's, we're looking at some ebooks, things like that.
Okay.
But we are using materials that have been allotted to schools for all of our students that can be used for our virtual.
Oh, great, great. I've had a number of teachers ask me that. And of course, now they're thinking also about just purchasing various things that they may need. And so I'm wondering, will there be an allotment for them?
They spoke to the curriculum, which I don't know about, so I'm glad they spoke up about that. I did meet with my bookkeepers, and we allotted out half of what their allotment would be this year to get them up and running in their base schools, but they knew the numbers that were going for Bedford Connects. And I said, we'll have to figure out how much of that money is going to be moved over towards the kids that are in Bedford Connects. They might need more paper, they might not, postage and things that we've given to our base schools, their numbers are down. So my guidance to them is, this is your first check, it might be all you get this year, because those are our students in Bedford Connects just as well, and some of that allotment money that you see in the budget by school will have to be deviated to that. So I'll work with the instructional staff on what's needed, and some of that will be deviated to them, and I'll work with my bookkeepers in each of the base schools so they can get through the year also. But yes,
Okay.
we've already talked about that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hagler.
Any other questions? Who's next, Dr. Shook?
Child care.
Am I next?
Yes.
Okay, so a most exciting topic, childcare. So you've heard a lot about childcare, and part of our work with childcare was to make sure that we were able to provide childcare for our parents and for our employees, because our school day was shortened, so that our teachers would have additional time at the elementary buildings, 2 hours at the end of the day, at our middle school buildings an hour before and an hour after, and at our high school buildings 2 hours before, to do collaboration, to do meetings. And so we wanted to make sure that we were also connecting with the community. During the summer, we offered childcare to first responders, and the YMCA reached out to us and really wanted to be really a partner with us, because they are suffering during this pandemic with being able to just offer services. So Dr. Miller and I met with the YMCA. We brainstormed how we could try to get the YMCA program at every one of our elementary and middle school buildings, which is not something we have right now. We have it at certain buildings that have a high need for it. And our cutoff was, they felt like they could provide staffing if they had at least 15 students enrolled in their programs. So after we met, I sent out a survey to parents and staff just asking, are you interested in childcare? Out of those surveys, we had 535 parents say yes or maybe I'm interested in childcare. With that, we saw that almost every school had at least 15, some more than that. We're now trying to work through, even though the YMCA offered a 50% discount for employees, we felt it was important. Our employees weren't expecting that cost, weren't really thinking, they were thinking their kids could just ride buses to their school and things like that. Where it became problematic was if we were moving kids between schools, we were kind of defeating our purpose of keeping them in groups. And if we had students staying in classrooms for several hours after school while teachers were still working and meeting with parents and making phone calls, we were just worried about confidentiality, them really being able to focus. If they had a faculty meeting or a collaboration meeting, what were their children doing? Could we guarantee their safety? And so we decided we would pay for the cost for childcare for our employees. Some of the things that they're still worried about, though, is if my child goes to the YMCA, what about mixing and things like that? The YMCA, and we are working on an MOU with them, where they are going to work with us to follow all of our healthy and safety protocols. Our principals have received a list of students who maybe or are going to be in the YMCA. They are trying to group them in cohorts during the school day that they will then travel to if they stay after for the YMCA. So the YMCA has said we will keep kids in the same groups they're in all day. That's why it's important we have a program at the school. We also know that the YMCA cannot take under their licensing any preschool children. So Dr. Miller and I are meeting to discuss what we can do with our preschool children for our employees. We obviously can't keep our preschool students until 6 or 7 o'clock at night when parents get off work. But for our employees who have preschool children in the schools, we are going to look at possibly using the preschool paraprofessionals to stay with them until their parents finish for the day, because if we don't, they won't have childcare there. We are now working with the YMCA to complete registration. And as we're going through that process, we are considering if we don't get 15 at a location, we will have a backup plan. So what I want to assure you and I want to assure our employees is that we will have a plan for their children on that first day of school. If the YMCA is not working out, we will figure out with our staff how we can support them in a safe environment so that they can do their work until the end of the school day. Any questions for me on childcare?
Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me just say, Dr. Woodford and those that have worked with you on this, I am so pleased that we were able to offer the teachers and the staff this after-school care for their children. It has been certainly an ongoing, long-term model that we've used in our schools, yes, where principals have allowed and worked with the teachers to allow their child to stay after school. Dr. Shook mentioned earlier that it's very important, he's focusing, and you guys on your plans, in limiting, the contact. And so certainly it sounds like with the Y, you all are working on trying to keep these children into cohorts or into little small groups.
Right.
I'm pleased to hear that, but there's this little side of me, being that elementary principal that kind of questions, how we're going to be able to really keep those children separated from each other. I'm not saying the Y can't do it, but I think it's something that has to be monitored real closely, because if not, we're going against what I think is one of our key components of our plan in terms of protecting our students, is doing that. I would like, and can this potentially be an option, okay, that we have our principals, those who feel that they can provide with staffing that they have, because it's my understanding that there will be staffing, paraprofessionals perhaps, or others at the school, that maybe we could allow the principals to make that decision if they feel that they can offer this after-school daycare service within their building and with the staffing that they have. So I would like to just simply say that if we can if this could be perhaps maybe an option or considered in the future.
I think anything can be considered. I do think that one of the things that we did think about was that for 2 hours or so, kids are going to want to socialize. So if you only have 2 or 3 teachers, students, children who are doing that from mixed groups and they want to socialize together, then we're mixing, rather than if they go to the YMCA and they're with kids they've been with all day and they can actually interact and play. But, I mean, we can definitely consider anything. I think it's definitely a continuing and evolving piece of our plan, depending on if the YMCA can staff all of our schools and if we have enough participation. But we can definitely look at anything to, I think we're going to have a lot of mixed things to support it.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Dr. Woodford, so just so I can kind of visualize what the plan is going to look like, would there be a group of, let's say, 4th graders, a group of 5th graders, a group of 6th graders, so it's not just going to be fewer than 50 kids across grade levels in one space?
Right, it would be, yes, it would be small groups of students, most likely in a larger space, but separated so that they could work on homework and we're going to have to let them be children. We've talked about cleaning up playgrounds and shifts of taking students out. I think we'll have to work really closely with the YMCA. They have their own safety protocols that they're following. If you've been to the YMCA lately, it's major, so they'll put some of their own things in place. But yes, smaller groups, and we'll make sure they have the right space. We also have some very specific cleaning protocols that have to be followed when they leave that area, and they also can't just roam around in areas of the school. That was the other really important thing for us, is that once a custodian went into a classroom to clean, if we had students who were just in rooms or going between their parents' rooms, things like that, we were contaminating rooms after custodians had cleaned. So we're going to be very specific about where the Y would be and how they interact.
Great, I'm glad to hear that, because I've received a lot of messages with concerns about
Yes.
different groups from different classes interacting.
Right, and I've asked principals, they're forwarding me those messages, and I'm trying to answer them as quickly as possible. And I think, we're just trying to reassure, especially our employees. Our parents aren't as concerned, it's our employees.
Good, and I'm glad they're communicating that to you, so you
Yes.
can address it head on.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Yes,
so
ma'am.
sorry. Dr. Woodford, just one other question.
Sure.
Hopefully you can answer this. If not, we may need to have someone else come up. It's regarding pre-K and our VPI. Those little ones, once again, they love to hug, touch, and just love on each other no matter what look you give them or what boundaries you set. They have to touch each other.
Yes, they
So
do.
I'm just kind of thinking
So
about.
do 11th graders.
This is I never had that experience with 11th graders, but you're right about that.
Yes.
Absolutely. I would agree with you. Yeah. But I'm just kind of curious as to what we're doing. I envision a pre-K classroom, and I'm thinking about the teacher and the para. So if you guys could just paint a picture for me how we're going to do our best to ensure that they are
So
kind
they're
of
going to be separated into 2 classrooms also, so that
Okay.
those groups are split in half. And if I'm saying anything wrong, preschool ladies, jump in. We learned a lot in childcare this summer, that it's not so much about limiting the interaction in the classroom, it's teaching them about appropriate interactions and hand washing and, how do you play together, but you have your toys and I have my toys, and how do we clean those? And the kids did really, really well. So it's going to be a lot of our preschool teachers teaching students how to be safe at play, but the most important thing in preschool is that they do play and they do interact. And so we're going to, again, what we read is that the mitigation strategy that really works is keeping them in a cohort group that doesn't mix out with other kids. So they'll be in their half group of 9 kids, and then the aide with the other 9 kids, and the teachers will be switching, but the kids will be together all day. And that they'll have their own supplies, they'll have their own materials that are kept separated and in bags so that they're safe and secure. And that's really the way I think that we're addressing the fact that they are going to touch and they are going to play, and we want them to, because that's an important part of learning. And so, I don't know.
You know, and sometimes we have runners. I can remember having runners in the past where they just like to run. And so I'm just wondering if that was a scenario and we had a child that was running, and say it was the child that was in the paraprofessionals room, then I'm wondering what kind of position we're placing that para in.
I think just like we have runners in kindergarten classrooms too, and we have our trained NCI teams that we would call for assistance immediately.
So we would have those individuals in our schools? We do have the NCI team?
We have trained NCI in all of our schools, and typically within the crisis plan, there is a plan if the team is called for coverage for rooms. So I'm sure that principals, and I haven't looked at their plans, but normally they have a plan. So if I'm your partner and you call for help and you're going out for a kid, I'm maybe your partner and I'm supporting you. So they write that into their crisis plans. Now, there's just fewer people maybe, but I think we can.
That was going to be my point, is that we're going to have fewer. So some of those members who are on the NCI team may be with a group of students through a rotation.
And we still have our mental health support members, our principals. I think we really feel that the smaller class, like if I'm a teacher with 9 students, I can do a lot with 9 students really, and manage some of that anxiety. Typically they run because maybe they're not engaged or they're upset, and I think we see this maybe as a way that we can really build those relationships with kids, and so.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Coaches stipends, anything going on for him?
Yeah, there have been some questions about sports. I think you referred to it earlier that sports activities, the majority of them are guided by, and we take our direction from the VHSL. They've taken action and voted on a plan. And just for the fall, I'll just speak to the fall because there's a lot that can happen between now and January. But fall sports, most of them have been postponed, put off until, I think some of them start in December maybe if they can. We typically pay out stipends for the fall sports in December, so there were no stipends scheduled to be paid out anytime soon. It would be our recommendation and our thought that if the activity, VHSL, if the season were going to take place and they started in their season, we pay those stipends, just like we did in the spring. They had already started a couple games, they're well into their practices. It'd be my recommendation to the board that if they're canceled entirely, that we would not pay those stipends out. So that's not a decision that has to be made tonight. That would be my recommendation to the board. You can definitely give me guidance on that later on. But if no sports happens, if there's no season, and the practices aren't starting up and they're not going to have any games, it'd be my recommendation that those stipends not be paid out to our coaches. And I think eventually they're going to want to know that. I don't think it's an immediate decision. There's other critical things that are been discussed tonight, but for some of these coaches, it's on their mind, and there have been questions. And that's been, we've told them decision will come out later on that. Let's see what the VHSL says and what's their guidance on that. So they'll probably have to still reconvene and make some decisions about whether those sports that are supposed to start up in December actually start up. But that'd be my recommendation.
What's a drop dead on that, or is it a moving target?
Or whether we're going to pay or not, we usually pay the.
No. At what point do you need a decision from us?
Next month would be great.
I think for me, for payroll, it could be December 1st. But I think for them and the employees that do support our children and do a lot with them, if that's the rule board, it's not an insignificant amount of money. When I think I talked about what we were going to pay out in the spring, it's about $150,000, $160,000, so double that for the entire year or even more. So all stipends for sports activities and other activities, you're talking around $450,000. So we have to see what the budget and what we're doing and how our numbers look and how the overall budget's looking. But I didn't think I'd bring that to your attention tonight because there have been questions on that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to recommend we make a decision on that quick. I mean, you've got preseason, and to be fair to coaches, if we're not going to pay them, I wouldn't do a thing.
Okay.
I mean, which is unfortunate because we're basically, we're going to show our students that, unfortunately that coach is not going to be able to work with you, which most of the coaches are still going to do it. But I think we're sending a wrong message if we even think about that. But again, I think we need to have a decision quick.
I got a little list over here of time-sensitive things that
Okay, perfect.
we need to address. So, yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask? Dr. Francis, do you know, I tend to defer my athletic questions to you, and I apologize if it's an inconvenience. How many sports are conditioning right now? I know football.
What we've asked is for the coaches to really concentrate on those winter sports, which would start in December. Now, other sports are still doing that, like football, even though that wouldn't be until probably February based on the VHSL's plan phasing. But definitely right now we would have all of those winter sports outside of maybe something like wrestling, which it's very limited on what you could do, but basketball, track, some of those other areas would be doing out of season practice and conditioning, getting ready to start if they get the green light in December.
But they are they actually conditioning now?
Some are, yes. And we had when we submitted our health care plan, we put in what guidelines we needed for the out-of-season practice. The VHSL does allow the out-of-season practice, and so some coaches are doing that right now as long as they meet the health guidelines, small groups, specific activities where they're not mixing and those type of things. So yes, we do have some coaches that are currently working with students and student athletes right now. So,
thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes. There are additional stipends in just sports, that we do pay out. So there are some more instructional type things and drama, things like that. So, what else? There's other things that are not always tied to sports. So there are those things to consider too. Okay. And we'll make sure you have the proper information on that when you make a decision on this. All right. Thank you.
So really, that's our list. And again, we don't need a vote tonight, but I prefaced the Bedford Connects discussion talking about this waiting list and the dilemma of if we just hire more teachers off the street, we're going to add to our bottom line, which we don't want to do until we know our numbers. So we have this dilemma about, do we kind of reopen the floodgates and let all these waitlist people in and keep pulling? I would say my concern, and I guess I just need to put it out there, is these 122 really won't come to school. We're at, where'd Mr. Hagler go? $6,000 in round numbers times 122. That's a big amount of revenue from the state that we would not be receiving. So certainly we're trying to accommodate all of them, but I guess I just wanted to know if there were any strong feelings about any of this that you all, I mean, you're just receiving this tonight, so we're not going to hold you to it. But
Well, here's what is there anything else that's going to be presented?
No.
Okay. I think that based on this particular item, there are some very strong feelings among board members on things that potentially this board can provide guidance to administration on. I think that what we need to do is meet next week and address some of these items that were discussed tonight as action items. Is everyone available next Thursday? That would be, what's the 6 + 7, that's 13th.
So when you say to discuss these items, are we going to have to go and rehash everything that we talked about tonight, that we had talked about last month?
No.
In
here's how
detail
it's gonna-
again?
Here's how it's going to work, Dr. Shook. We'll have to advertise a meeting. I will go over what I've written down as items of concern from the board. I'll confirm that those are, in fact, what need to be addressed. I think we have received ad nauseum information.
Agreed.
We have received ample information, enough, I think, to make informed decisions. However, having said this, Dr. Shook, please have appropriate staff members available at the meeting to address any last-minute questions. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to go over what I've written down, and if I have missed anything, please bring it to my attention, which I'm sure you all will. And if you have anything that between now and noon tomorrow you think of, email me. And we'll go ahead and develop an agenda, and basically we will have a list of COVID-related action items that we will address to provide administration additional guidance. Okay? Is everybody okay with that? Does that make sense to admin? Yes?
Just for the mechanics, here, back at our normal place, time?
Back at the normal.
Place.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is gonna.
5 o'clock?
5 o'clock.
Could we do 6 or 5:30? So I don't have to keep
You got a
leaving
date?
work early? No, I don't want to keep leaving work early.
Is 6 okay with everybody?
6?
6?
Sure.
1800 hours? Okay, 6 it is.
Thank you.
Is everybody good with this?
Yes.
I mean, are you going to tell us what's on your
Yeah.
list? I mean, I'm not sure what
Yes.
we're
I
going
just want to
to,
make sure that everybody's available and okay with doing the meeting.
yeah.
What I have is mask usage, or not. Temperature checks, or not. And for both of those, if yes, under what circumstances? What are the parameters under which these things would be implemented? Waiting list, you need guidance on that, is that not correct?
We do, and waiting a week puts us in the default will be we're going to keep them on a waiting list until we hear
Okay.
something different from you all.
All right.
And try to accommodate as many as we can.
And is stipend something that we need to address next week, or is that something that we can?
If the board feels strongly about that, I think some of the coaches that are doing out-of-season conditioning stuff probably would like to know. But BHSL is probably going to weigh in on some of that if they can continue as it is and they don't start the season. So I got to come up here, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
For payroll purposes, but I think for the employees that are working with the kids in out-of-season conditioning, as was in the spring.
Can BHSL overrule our decision to what we do with our stipend?
What you pay out is totally your decision.
Okay.
It has
All right,
nothing
so
to do
let's
with
go
you.
ahead.
BHSL has the season.
Is everybody okay with addressing that as well? Let these folks know something? Okay. Questions, comments? Fantastic. Any other comments, Dr. Shook, 7.02?
No, sir.
I think everybody's commented out. Forest Middle Expansion Project Update. You still with us?
Thank you. Tim Burge is here for what I anticipate will be his last presentation to you about Forest Middle School progress, because we're getting very close to school opening, including in the new part of that building. So as his pictures are being called up, we'll welcome Tim to the podium.
Good evening. It's getting late. I'm going to try to walk you through the project a little bit tonight. This sign was repainted because it was in really bad shape. Lights have been adjusted and it is now working properly. This is a view of the school as of yesterday. Today, they did pave part of that parking lot and should be finishing it up between tomorrow and Saturday along with the bus loop. Here's a picture of it as of yesterday. Today, that is now black. This is the bus loop. There's just a couple swipes they have to do here, and then finish it down to the entrance road. And a little bit around the dumpsters. This is what our courtyard looks like. The rain we got last weekend pretty much killed us. It's nothing but a mud hole. It's beginning to dry out a little bit. I know we got a pretty good rain last night. But as you can see on the far end down there, they are ready to pour the stage. And today they did some formwork down there. So that is all like exposed aggregate concrete. So it's a little different than finishing regular concrete. Okay, this is our reused canopy. Now we're going to kind of walk into the building. This is the main entrance to the building. This is what the main office looked like yesterday. They have now laid some of those desks down, but furniture is going in those offices. When you walk in through the front doors, this is the connector, the grand stair there on the right. As you can see, the wood ceilings there, the flooring's down. Still some stuff to clean up. Also on the right as you walk in, one of our murals. As important points in Bedford County. And as you look to the right, you can see inside the gym. Go upstairs. This is one of the studio rooms with the furniture installed, the interactive board there in the back, and of course the glass. As you walk down the corridor, here's another graphic. This is a science room with some casework in it. Some furniture in it as well. This is interactive board being tested last week, or week before last. Plugged it up, everything worked as it was supposed to. Oh, I'm not going to show you this wall. There's a surprise on this wall when you visit the school. Check good or bad?
That's my
It's
question.
good.
It's good, okay.
That is actually going into the bridge. This is a ceiling in the bridge, at the bridge. We still have a couple light fixtures to install. And they installed the carpet yesterday. Well, actually last night. This is a stairwell in the middle of the building by the elevator, going down to first floor. First floor corridor. One of the studio rooms on the first floor, looking out into the courtyard. This is the drama room. Can't really see that sign very well, but that's kind of an example of the signage on the rooms. Really neat looking stuff. And as we walk back out, this is a panoramic view of the gym. See the panels on the sound panels on the walls, and all the goals, and scoreboards. And this as you walk out the main entrance, exiting the building.
Tim, do you mind if I just say a word or two in there before you take questions? I just wanted to say, as he showed the pictures there, I think there are some groups that need some special thanks. For one, you saw some floors that were a little dusty and dirty still, then you saw others really shining. So not only Jamerson Lewis does the first coat or two of wax, but our own custodians at Forest Middle School have been immediately jumping on those services that they can to add the third, fourth, fifth coats to get them ready. And they've done it very quickly and very well, so they're making it look good. Really working well as a team with the contractor to get that done, communicating well. I want to also say a special thanks to our own Steve Hammer, teacher at Forest Middle School since the school opened, who took every picture that's in all of that graphic design that's in the building. Used his photographs. He's terrific. If you want to see more, he's got a website with a whole array. But from weather to mountain shots to seasonal things to economic areas and historical areas, it was a treasure trove really to that company who did that. So really have to mention that. And aside from our contractor and architect who you've heard from throughout this project, because it's Tim's last meeting, we hope here with us before he moves on to other projects, I just want to give a thanks to Skanska and especially to him for their guidance and shepherding of us through this process, right on site, down to the detail, saving us money through the owner direct purchase process. And he'll talk about all of those details, but while the pictures are still fresh, I thought it was really important to really mention those three groups.
So some good news. The building inspector did give them a TCO day today for allowing staff and teachers in the building. No public yet. There's still some work to be done. I think within another week, they should be able to probably pretty close get their final. It's just a lot of miscellaneous little things that has to be done. As far as delay of materials, the gym bleachers were supposed to ship on the 17th. They are now shipping on the 10th, so we're getting the shipping a week earlier. So they'll be shipped next week. Yeah, next week. The rubber stair treads for the stairs are going to be delayed, so you'll see concrete and metal until they get here due to the COVID. The sinks for the epoxy tops have been we had to change manufacturers in the middle of everything because the plants were shut down, and there's only 3 places that make these countertops in the United States, and the sinks. The sinks will, from what I heard today, they will be delivered tomorrow. That will allow the plumber to finish doing his plumbing, hooking up of devices. So the band room is still ongoing. We have put the floor down in there, but everything else is coming together well, I think. But like I said, the courtyard is going to be a little late. There's just no way around it. We will have emergency egress pass out of there next week so that when the school is occupied, that there will be a way to get students out in case of an emergency. So the building inspector has been working very well with us and the contractor. Contractors have been working well. Owner rec purchase, we've almost met our goal, but I know of right now there's 3 more at least, which I'm expecting somewhere around $20,000 or $30,000 to $35,000 more in savings on owner rec purchase.
So what are we looking at, like close to 200?
It'll be over 200. We're right now at 189 or right around 189, I think.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Is that enough to help and or fix the HVAC system issues?
I'd say
it's a little bit, but you're talking several $1 million to do the HVAC.
It would put a dent in it, but it's not going to be enough to completely overhaul it.
So we have the owner rec purchase savings, and then we still have somewhere around 140,000 in contingency, or 138, I believe it is. So we're still in good shape, budget-wise. Project's in good shape. just finishing up. Like I said, they'll finish the paving this weekend and start doing the striping. School's been working well with us, parking their teachers out of the way and moving them around when, oh, we were told to park over here today, oh, no, you need to park over here. But they've been very, worked well with us. The IT staff's working well with us as well, getting things done. So we appreciate everybody working together to get the project completed. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to say, I just think it's so neat that you are a Bedford boy, and didn't you tell me you went to
I went to Stanton River.
Stanton River, okay.
And I went to Bedford Education Center.
Okay, and I
For
just think
carpentry.
that's so cool.
BEC, I haven't heard that term in a while. When were you there?
Graduated in 1980. Mr. Glasgow was my teacher.
Okay, because I was there, I went there in 8th grade.
Yeah.
So,
I was there 11th and 12th with Mr. Glasgow.
gotcha.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Woodford, Title IV update.
Yes. At the last board meeting, Mrs. Hairston asked if I could give a Title IV grant update, as she was asking about mental health support staffing. In our Title IV grant that we wrote this year, we do have one salary position that would fund a level 1 support staff member. In talking to Mrs. Burks, we also have carryover money that would allow us to hire a second level 1 support staff member, or those combined salaries would give us one level 2 support staff member. Now, what I'd like to do is ask Mrs. Robertson to come up and explain the differences between level 1 and level 2. That is part of her wellness plan that she shared with you as part of the strategic plan, to explain the differences in that. But I also think it's really important that you hear the work of how our school counseling teams have changed to be more supportive of mental health. And so I'd like to ask her to come up and just share that information.
And it's late, and I'm going to try to be quick. When we, as part of our strategic planning, really began to frame the mental health intervention umbrella, because we're really approaching that from many angles, there was the inclusion, I apologize, there was the inclusion of staff that are designated as intervention design specialists. In that planning, members of the mental health support team really intentionally stepped away from the framework of a behavior specialist. A behavior specialist very traditionally is identified as serving a single student and using behaviorist principles that may or may not include a range of other techniques. And one of the things that we have learned, and I have heard from our administrators, is that that doesn't really expand the skill set of our staff. And when we're looking at a significant percentage of our population of learners experiencing chronic and toxic stress or trauma, having dedicated staff to a single student is really not expanding the knowledge base of our teachers. And so an intervention design specialist is an individual that would be perhaps targeted to support a student who is demonstrating crisis or disruptive or behaviors that indicated a disruption to the learning environment for others. But as part of that individual's duties, the goal would be to observe, monitor, intervene with that student, learn the communication needs, learn triggers for those responses, such that they would support the development of an intervention plan, support the implementation of that intervention plan, and then with hopes fade from that intervention plan as the collective competencies of the instructional team are strengthened with that work. So in our experience working with the administrators, we have found very effectively that using staff that have specific experience in training and crisis response and providing that extra emergency set of hands as we develop a more supportive plan has been effective. So a level 1 staff member would be an individual who has a high school education and or some college experience, an associate's, or is in progress towards a 4-year degree, and has special training in crisis response and de-escalation, perhaps behavioral intervention planning and experience, and would have experience working in child development or education settings specifically. That level 2 professional would be an individual that would have a college degree in that area and would be serving in that capacity. The duties will be very similar, only to the extent that that level 1 intervention design specialist would be working more closely with members of the mental health support team in general to guide and plan the work. And so as we were thinking about the realities of this school year, consulting with Dr. Woodford, Ms. Burks, as well as our administrators, this is one of those years that more hands are helpful. We have our staff spread very thin. And so when we were able to identify the potential for 2 positions at that level 1 that could serve zones of our elementary schools and be mobilized to support needs as they present, the feedback that I had from the principals was more hands are better. So in that, I would like to make sure that we understand that when we're thinking about the issue of staffing and experience, I don't know that everyone may be familiar with the impact of not only school counseling standards of quality changes, but also the realities of what's happening with our current state with COVID restructuring. I've worked diligently to look at our staffing levels, and throughout our elementary and middle school buildings, which is serving K through 6, our school counselors will be working really at about 0.5 of their SOQ levels of service, leaving them available to provide a far more extensive level of direct service to students. One of the things that we've eliminated in their duties this year, simply for health reasons, and we've done this with many other staff members, is school counselors won't be traveling into multiple classrooms in a day or in a week to provide class lessons. They will be developing those lessons and sharing them with teachers to implement, but the health and movement of having an individual into multiple classrooms wasn't just advisable. So now we have a school counselor on campus that would be available to support the intervention of students that might be having difficulties, moments of crisis, need an opportunity to self-regulate and self-calm. So I think that was what you wanted me to speak to specifically. So I will also say that counseling ratio, in balancing that, while we do have a higher ratio of student to staff at the adolescent level, we also now have that element of learning coach, which is an intermediary, and our school counselors are serving as mentor coaches to learning coaches. So their ratios are a little higher, but we've also got different structures and not as many students on campus in a given day. We do have almost, well, actually 75% of our elementary and middle sites. If we were using level 1 staff members, 75% of our elementary and middle school sites have a school psychologist or a representative of our family and social work service team on the site to support intervention planning, along with, as I've said, those school counselors who are at 0.5 of their SOQs. I will also say one of the added elements of what will happen with the result of our COVID restructuring of our school day is our clinical social workers and our family service coordinator, who were often in family homes in previous years, simply will not be able to do that for health reasons. They will not be able to make home visits. So a lot of that work will be done virtually or by telephone, which places those professionals in the building. We were also fortunate prior to school closing with COVID that we had already extended a letter of intent to 2 school psychologist interns. These are individuals that practicumed with us during this past school year. They will be joining us to complete their final year of their educational specialist training as school psychologist. Those are always fortunate opportunities for us because the last 2 interns that we've had are staff members with us today. So I will just say, as Dr. Woodford alluded earlier, we don't know what the opportunity for our teachers to have considerably smaller groupings of learners, the opportunities to provide more dedicated time and attention to situations that may trigger any behaviors of concern, and the opportunity to have a more prompt and responsive reaction to those is certainly heightened now that we have those smaller groupings. So those are the things that, in looking at the concerns that were brought last time, and one other thing that I will share as a component of that is through the Virginia Department of Education, teachers are required, and it specifies which school staff in terms of the superintendent's memo, all staff are required to have mandatory mental health awareness training, which would address intervention, identification, referral, and support within the classroom. So we have one other venue of globally increasing our staff capacity for supporting the learners. Does that cover everything?
Mr. Chairman, when will the training occur?
It will occur during the course of the school year. We haven't identified just cost variables, what's going to be the most effective format. We can build our own module. We can use others that are available in online format. So I'll be consulting with our mental health support team representatives to determine first and foremost what avenue of training they want to pursue, whether that's kind of our internal structured and created, or whether they want to outsource that to some other resource, and then we'll move from there.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one question to Ms. Robertson. I just want to be sure that I understood you correctly. So we're looking at 2 interventionists, right, specialists?
Yes,
So we're
2
looking-
level 1 intervention design
Okay,
specialists.
so a level 1 and a level 2?
2 level 1s.
2 level
Or
1s.
1 level 2. But the way the salaries, there's only a percentage of Title IV that can be used for this. So we can take the carryover and the level 1 funding we put in for this year, combine them for 1 level 2 person.
Okay.
Or we could do 2 level 1. And feedback from principals is they'd rather have 2 level 1s.
2 level
Because
1s.
we've done that before in different ways, and they felt it very effective. So they felt more people to spread around was better.
So we're looking at 2. Now, are these individuals, they're only going to be used in Title I schools, right?
No, this is Title IV, so they can be used in any school.
Any school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what are we looking at in terms of salary? Since it looks like the qualification is simply a high school degree?
That's the minimum qualification. There are other
Okay.
indications in the job description of what type of experience would be required, what type of eligibility or experience specifically with crisis training. So you would have to either have that or be able to receive that. We talk about experience with implementing behavior interventions plan. So that's the minimum qualification.
Okay.
So we would be looking at someone with specific experience working in a school or child service facility of some type. And do you want me to?
Quick question, how available are individuals with that particular type of skill set and experience that you're referring to?
I think we have lots of options. So speaking quite candidly, we have individuals right here as part of our staff. We have many paraprofessionals who are serving in that capacity while they are completing while they are completing college degrees. I misspoke there. While they're completing their college degrees in child development, psychology, social work. So these may be individuals that are already serving our students in these capacities and already have those experiences. There are also, what we're seeing happening in the community at large is shifting funding streams for some community-based mental health services for children. And so there are also pools of individuals who may not be serving in other capacities based on changes to different structures within community-based services. So I don't think these are going to be hard to fill positions.
Okay,
I think
that's kind of the gist of what I was going on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just speaking to the salary, we haven't slotted it yet. We've been in talks with Ms. Robinson, and Dr. Connor and I have talked about it. We do believe it'll be somewhere above a paraprofessional, below a teacher. We're looking at the pay scales of where that should be slotted once we have a full description of the job. And so it'll be somewhere in between those. That's what we haven't slotted it as of right now.
Well, I certainly, Mr. Chairman, I certainly know that under the Title IV grant, there are certain stipulations and guidelines that you all have to follow, and I certainly believe that any support that we can give our schools is very needful. I do not feel that this certainly is going to help us in terms of, particularly with the qualifications that you guys that you've said. It's not going to really meet what I believe to be a great need in having a licensed mental, social, behavioral health specialist.
Mr. Chairman.
Let her respond, please.
Almost all of our population of school counselors, or even our school nurses for that part, could be registered as licensed mental health professionals. When we're talking about licensure, there are really two streams of licensure. You can do that through the Department of Education, or you can do that through the Board of Health Professions. We do not require that our staff members have a Board of Health Profession license as a qualified mental health professional, because we have this other licensing structure for them to deliver those services. So I would say, I want the board to have an understanding that the licensure of a mental health professional is when they are working outside of a school division and require evidence of that professional training. We have volumes of staff that would be eligible for that same licensure who have those credentials and qualifications. As I said, our school counselors, our registered nurses, our school psychologists, our clinical social workers. So if the board would be more comforted by having those individuals pursue another license, which if that's at the board's will, I would hope we would support the staff, because that comes with an annual cost rather than the Department of Education license. But that's certainly something that we could pursue.
Is that just a question of application, or?
There's a registration process, yes. And now we are pursuing that for our school psychologists now. That's related more to Medicaid billable services than it is for any need for supervision or those things. But yeah, it's a registration and an annual application fee.
Dr. Miller?
Yes. My concern is that another pair of hands doesn't do me much good if those hands don't know what to do. And often when we had people coming into the building for that, they really didn't have enough training to do what we needed them to do. So I was with you until Mr. Hagler said, well, their pay is going to be somewhere between a paraprofessional and a teacher. You know, when you're looking at the paraprofessional level, that's a pretty low salary, so I can't imagine we're really getting a person with either a lot of experience or the education we want to do that. But you said then, you know, we can look for these people with different types of experience. I mean, I lived through it a lot. I mean, another pair of hands didn't do me any good if they didn't know what to do, and I think that's what we're looking for.
I don't think we would hire people that didn't know what they were doing, Dr. Mealy.
I'm sorry?
I don't think we would hire people that didn't know what they were doing.
Well, it's not knowing what I'm saying is, there are a lot of people that came into our building that said they were behavioral specialists, but they honestly did not know how to handle very challenging behaviors. So that's
what was being asked for. So that's what I'm saying, is we would have a better understanding of the skill set if we were opening up those opportunities for individuals that may have proven track records in intervening with our students. And those folks do exist. And I have a high regard for the level of service. And in fact, the feedback that I've had from principals is, in those situations over the last few years where we have mobilized an extra set of skilled hands. So, you know, I want to be very careful that I don't want the community of paraprofessional staff to hear that we're suggesting that they're not skilled, because those individuals are some of the most skilled professionals that we have, because they know children well and they support them with a great deal of nurture and care.
And I think we all agree to that.
So I think we have an adequate an adequate capacity that's been demonstrated to work, that when we have those individuals who can work collectively with other mental health support team members to design and implement interventions and then fade out those services, the feedback we've had from principals, it's a model that works. So I can't speak specifically to your experiences, but when you talk about individuals that come in and that aren't adequately trained, those weren't our people, those were other agency staff.
Agreed. And I just don't want that situation. If we can get, if we can get people who have some experience, have a college education, that would make me a lot more comfortable.
Well, and again, we have the level 2 option. We also, by creating the level 1 and 2, wanted to give schools the flexibility that if in their own staffing standards they want to represent these positions, they could do so. I just want to say that we have lots of mental health experts in a school building. Those experts work with staff every day, and staff of varied experiences and backgrounds. And I believe that a caring and supportive team, and as most of the trauma-informed trainings will tell you, a relationship with a well-regulated individual is the most important thing that we can provide. We can provide skilled staff, even at a level 1 point of training, that I believe will be very effective interventionists. And I wouldn't stand here and say that to the board if I didn't believe it, because we've had this model work in the past. What we had to do in the past was simply, and Mr. Hagler will know, we've had to create long-term substitute positions to cover that extra set of hands, and we would use our experienced staff. And I see Ms. Jennings back there nodding, working in the special education realm of things. What we often need is that extra support so that we can observe and monitor what it is that may be the child's triggers, what we can do to improve communication within the classroom, what we can do to improve consistency within adult responses. That's a collective response of many individuals working together. We are not talking about any one person solving the problem. That is the mental health support team working together.
Mr. Chairman, if I may say, and really not a question, Mrs. Robertson, to you, but you all know that I'm very passionate, as many of you are, regarding our division building and having in place a mental behavioral health specialist resources for students and for schools. While I hear what Mrs. Robertson has said, and of course we may disagree philosophically, I certainly believe that and would like and hope that we can continue to have this discussion and look at the possibility of building a program that is going to employ individuals who come to us with, one, the experience, the license, the skill sets, and experience. So I'm asking the board that for us just to continue this conversation. I'd like for us to be able to continue this. I think certainly with Title IV, this is the plan that they have in place, but I think we need to build upon this by really looking for individuals. And I know that they're out there. And I think we're limiting ourselves by saying that a simple high school, and I know that's just the minimal, I think it certainly needs to be those who have had specific training and experience because of the magnitude and the type of mental and social issues that so many of our children are experiencing. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you all. Okay, so if everyone kind of digests all the information that we drank from the fire hose on tonight, sleep on it, and if there are any other issues that I did not have on my list, please get those to me by noon tomorrow. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?